Us today. Hello, everybody, and
Yeah,
welcome to Plus One Shoot the Shit. My name is James, and I'm here with two of my friends who I've trapped in an at least two-ish to three-ish hour conversation with me about topics that we all enjoy.
Yes,
enjoy.
yes,
I'm
hundred
James,
percent.
and to my right should be that's my left, but to the audience's right should be Charles. Charles, do you want to
Do
introduce
not,
yourself while I pull stuff up?
sure, do not analyze my blinks for Morse code. I am not in any danger. I'm here of my own volition. Hi, hello. I play tabletop games, and I'm here because James will not let me leave.
That's not true.
I'm
You're
stuck
here
here to
because
talk about tabletop systems. Yeah.
stuck here. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Stick to
Mhm.
the script, please. Um, Next up we have Philip.
Hey, I'm Philip. I'm here to talk about games, and this is no way the three of us in a human centipede type situation.
Mm,
Just the three of us talking about the same stuff.
mm.
It's
I'm
just
just
the
kidding.
same
Just
things
kidding.
over and over. They're not being tortured, and they're super happy to be here. In all honesty, this is our show, Plus One Shoot the Shit. It's our random talk show where we talk about different topics. As of late, Charles and I have been hijacking the show to talk about systems that we like, and it turns out the system that I like has come out
Mhm.
not terribly recently, but that has gained some
Yeah.
popularity in the last year. Now, to start this off, I just wanted to talk about Grand Blue Fantasy Relink came out. I'm super excited to play
Mm.
it, but I bought it for my PS5, and that's my wife's Baldur's Gate 3 box, so I did a fucky wucky. I was supposed
Oh no.
to be able to play this game, but it turns out anytime I have free time over the weekend, so does she. Oops. I might be
Hmm.
buying it on Steam here shortly, just to make sure I can play it.
Which will force me to buy it there too.
Well, yeah. Is it not
Yeah, it's
across
fine.
cross compatible?
No, you got to do everything again.
Who
It's
am
like
I?
Monster Hunter.
Oh man.
Aw,
Yeah, I know. It's fine. It's fine. Fine, 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 fine.
All right. And Philip, uh, what have you been playing lately? Anything fun? Or what's the most recent JRPG you played? Would you say?
Mm.
uh, Final Fantasy 9. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I mean, I played, 14. I guess would probably be the closest
Mhm.
to that. If you're going with specifically like a JRPG. Baldur's Gate is D&D, so it's sort of different, but I have played that.
Mhm.
Torchlight, which is another type of an RPG, but it's a
Mhm.
Diablo-like game. So
Yeah.
I guess really after like
Yeah.
12,
Mhm.
12 was probably the most recent thing that I would consider a JRPG. And granted, I played that late. I have played it more recently than when it first came out, but yeah,
Yeah.
kind of.
Grand Blue, and then I guess before that, Sea of Stars, which is the darling indie JRPG,
A
which is very
good
good.
one, and good to
Mhm.
talk about because Darling Indie is what this is the system that I'm
Mhm.
going to be shoving down everyone's throat today is going to be about.
Mhm.
Um, we've we've always enjoyed our JRPGs mostly. I would say that I'm a bit of a fan. I only picked a few
Yeah.
things because it's a very tiny table I have to the left of me. But
Mhm.
we have some lovely games here, and there's the Fabula Ultima, and this is art from one of the official artists of Fabula Ultima. That is art in the book, and this art is gorgeous. We're going to talk about that too. But
Yes.
I've always felt at my comfiest, I think, while playing JRPGs and just going through, seeing the story, grinding out,
Mhm.
finding magic items, doing all of those kinds of things. And I went and watched Grand Blue Fantasy, the animation, which was, I
Oh,
think,
I
about
did
a
not.
year and a half, 2 years ago. Actually, Charles, I would recommend it. If you're playing Relink, the animation
Mhm.
covers a lot of the
The
background
before.
story stuff
Yeah.
that they just kind of allude to. And I'll say that for
Mhm.
anybody here that's watching is if you are playing Grand Blue and you're like, man, I wish I knew what their backstory was, just watch the animation. It's like a cozy 28 plus episode show. And there is
Mhm.
nothing remarkable about the story, and there is nothing truly incredible or revolutionary about really anything that it does that does not allude to it. It literally has the team is guardians, and it's a summoner that they're walking around and basically binding a bunch of summons and then trying to make their way
Mhm.
to a far off land that is fabled for the main character's parent, who was a fabled adventurer. So it's like all of these tropes just hit one after the other.
Mhm.
And you would think that I would have a sour taste in my mouth, but I feel like it was very
Yep.
simple meal, well done.
Well, that's good.
Exactly. Exactly. I will not say anything about the story of the game, Relink, but it's the same feeling. It was, I know all these things. I know all these tropes. They're handled well. And by the end of it, I was like, you know what? That was pretty good.
Yeah.
So.
And that's kind of something that I really wanted to find a system for us to it was the next thing I want to run. I want to run that comfy JRPG feel, but D&D 5e wasn't exactly right for it. It gets lost in the sauce a lot when it comes to its systems, and also it just doesn't have that same feel. So there was a few things that I started looking at. I started looking at Beacon, started looking at, which Beacon's super cool. Started looking at there was one other that didn't exactly do what I was hoping for, but then I heard about Fabula Ultima and I bounced off it because there was almost no chatter about it. It was a year and a half ago. And I was like, oh man, that looks cool. I can't wait to hear more about it. But I'm the kind of person who, if you don't have like a 20-minute, here's a blurb that explains what the system is about and give me a good understanding, I tried to watch a few of the videos and I was very interested, but it sounded like a bunch of things didn't exactly clash or didn't exactly mesh with tabletop.
Yeah.
Then this year, Fabula Ultima won 2 Ennies at Gen Con and sold out.
Amazing.
They had to do a redistribute of it. And I've slowly started to hear tricklings in from a bunch of different people about praise and talking about this game. And I finally was able to get my hands on a copy and start looking at it. And guys, it's really good. I like it a lot. And its whole premise is that it is a tabletop or table talk RPG, because they're using the very Japanese phrasing for it. A table talk JRPG, and the whole point of it is this emulates playing JRPGs. It's not like quietly taking from those things. It's literally stealing wholesale and saying, grab all these things and use them. They're amazing, and this is the kind of game that it should be, and it gives a bunch of different suggestions. It goes through the book. It's very well designed, and I just I want to just chat about it for a bit with everybody and see how they feel after we go through. And I'm also trying to like bullet point and see if I'm able to explain out the system well. So, like, have maybe a format going forward in case we're talking about.
Oh, that's good. Good thinking.
Yeah. So I've split it into 2 different things. There's the engine and play.
Okay.
So for the engine, what we have here is we have a game that has 1 GM and 2 to 5 players. And it is, the core dice system to it is step dice or ladder dice, people call that. And what that is you start at a D6 and you end at a D12 or a D20, depending. And that is the die you roll for whatever ability check you're making. There are 4 abilities in the game. They are dexterity, insight, might, and willpower. So it's 2 mental stats and 2 physical stats. And
we don't have the 6. What do we do? We don't have the 6.
Oh my goodness, what am I going to do if I can't arbitrarily separate out how intelligent someone is versus how intuitive someone is? It's so crazy.
Yep.
I genuinely love this. The simplification of the stats makes it so that they're more impactful and you don't have to like spread yourself out as much, which I think is good. And then on top of that, we have the stat system. The way that the dice are coordinated is you can pick one of 3 arrays. And the arrays are the all-rounder, which you have D8s across the board. You have the specialist, which is 1d10, 2 d8s, and a d6. Or no, sorry, that's the standard array.
Yeah.
1d10, 2 d8, and a d6. Then finally, we have the specialist, which is 2d10 and 2d6. So if you really want to be good at two things and really suck at the other 2, go for that one. And the way that this game works is it is a combiner die system for checks. Everything's a check, attacks, skills, things like that. And you take You choose the 2 dice of the 2 skills that you think are most accurate to those systems, and you roll them. Try to usually beat around a 10.
Mm-hmm.
It is about where
and you can double it.
Yeah.
Like you could have double might or double insight.
You can. Yeah, that's right. That's the other thing, is it doesn't have to be 2 separate stats. You can just pick, like, if it is, I am really trying to just wail through this door. It's like, cool, that's might. Or I am trying to dodge out of the way of all these arrows coming at me. It's like, okay, you could argue for like insight decks, but dex also makes sense if it's like bad terrain. And so that is the baseline of it. And something that's interesting about this system is your dice are your mod. There is no baseline mods to your rolls for your skills. If you're granted something, the game will tell you that, and they're very specific when they let you do it. A lot of the classes like have abilities to do that, but it doesn't come baseline, which is, I think, very interesting. And there are some other things about rolls that this game does. It comes into the interesting features, which is the third part I wanted to talk about. So play, in general, the play for the system is cooperative, create a fantasy world, go on an adventure or two in it. The way that this works is this game is very heavily a session 0 game, and it has you bring, I can actually, Charles, do you have the bookmarks up?
I do, yeah.
Let's see. It is going to be 0. I don't have the bookmarks because it messes up the formatting of what, but up to it. Because if you look at the table of contents, by the way, not only is this a gorgeous, but it is very well formatted and very well laid. So the press start is where we would be going for anything that has to do with playing the game, and it's before you start in world creation. So it's 148.
1-4. Yep. You got it.
So the session 0 is you choose the shape of your world, and it points out something that I didn't even realize until they pointed it out. It's like, do you want the world to be flat? Do you want it to be rounded? Do you want it to have multiple disparate regions? Or do you want it to be the traditional JRPG donut continents?
Which you go, donut?
And then you think about looking at like Final Fantasy VI or any Final Fantasy or any of the Dragon Quests, and you're just like, they did always make it one long donut. Why did I never notice that before?
Yeah, it's not a sphere.
No, it's a donut.
It's like, you go, what? But it feels like a sphere because it's square, and it feels like what it would do. I don't know why that is, but it does feel like it's right. But it's definitely not right.
Well, I mean, I guess you look at it as like the center point on the map is like a pole, and then things are just branched out from it. And usually, I mean, for our world, that's kind of how it works, is stuff just goes around the band. More or less.
But I really like this idea that the world creation seemed like a group idea. You know, most games don't do that. The DM comes up with, they either have a pre-made world, you know, that the D&D has created, or you create your own world. That a lot of the content creators on YouTube will do. They'll make their world. They'll create all the continents, all the people, races, whatever.
And
it reminds me of, there was a game that we played with the 3 of us. I was DMing, you 2 were playing, in which I asked you to add whatever you wanted to. I remember, Philip, you added the place that your fire genasi was from. Remember? And then I asked someone else, and they're like, I'm going to create a vampire barony here. But I love that cooperative world creation. Like, this is great.
And that is exactly what this system does. It has you choose the shape as a group, and then you grab a map sheet, and then it says travel establish the length of a travel day. That's basically all you need measurement wise. But then you determine the role of magic and technology, and there are 3 templates that this game actually gives you to choose between when it comes to. You can either be like a Secrets of Mana style nature fantasy. You can be a high fantasy, which is more like a traditional Final Fantasy, or you can do the Magitech style fantasy, which is still kind of 6-8 for like, you know, half a 6. You cut 6 in half. Half of it is high fantasy, and the other half is Magitech. But like 8 is, 7 is, things like that. So they give you this really interesting feel of being able to pick a vibe, and it gives a bunch of great, like, it's templated out very nicely. And we'll probably get around to it while surfing through the book. But I want to get all of this stuff out of the way explained first, and then we can start diving deep. You create the major kingdoms and nations of the world. And this is important because the way that this works is the players choose one of each. They're supposed to bring one of each of these things to the table: kingdom or nation, historical event, an enigma or a mystery for the world, and a threat that is current. So every character, or every player character, comes in with something. Either you can make it something that's important to your character, or you can just make it something that's there. You don't necessarily have to work into it, but everybody has a say in what's in the world. And I like to interpret that as so does the game master, because they are also a player. And I think it would be really unfun to be like, but you don't get to play. Yes, please. I would also like to help make my world I'm going to run a little bit.
Yeah, I figured
they
that.
also have to connect all the stories that whatever the players create. They have to create all the interconnecting cities and trade routes and conflicts and whatever. So
absolutely.
But yeah.
So you go through all that, and it's got a bunch of tables and a bunch of fun little things. And then you also go through a group creation phase, which in the group creation, it is, you basically choose your flavor. And it gives a bunch of great examples. You can be brought together by fate, which is the herd you met in a tavern. You didn't really have a reason to. It's just you did.
You did. And now you're doing stuff.
Yeah. There's Guardians, which is basically just any Final Fantasy or Tales game ever, which is there is one sad wimpy child, and everyone has to make sure that they're okay. And that can be a player character, or it can be an NPC. And they give actually Emmanuelle, the writer of this game, by the way, I should have brought that up. I'm very bad with Italian names. Yeah, Emmanuelle Galletto. My pronunciation's awful.
We try.
Galletto.
Yeah.
It's 2 L's. But puts a lot of like sauce into this book about, hey, here's a vibe, here's a feel, here's all the different things that you can do with these. So you have Brought Together by Fate, which is just, happenstance. You have Guardians, which is there's a chosen one in the group. Pick them. They are your Colette. They are your Ion. They are your I could keep going. Aerith. They are your any number of summoners from Tales, or Yuna from 10, things like that. And that person is the core formation around it is protect this child at all cost. There's Heroes of the Resistance, which is you start off as like these famed characters who are fighting against an evil power. There's Revolutionaries, which is 7 or 8 at some points, but basically the
2.
2.
Yeah, 2 with Wild Rose and the Resistance. Yeah.
And then there's
I don't say Final Fantasy in front of numbers. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just 2, what? 6, 5, 3.14.
2 sandwiches?
It's kind of how you know. It's how you know someone is just really into Final Fantasy. If you're talking about RPGs and they just go, yeah, and 8. Yeah. Most people will just get that. But yeah, it's weird. I've noticed it when I talk to people who are not into JRPG.
I do want to actually go back. They do a really amazing job of being like, hey, here's all the things that inspire this game, game-wise. And some of them are some pretty favorites of ours. It's inspired by Ryutama, which I did look up. It's very interesting. It's the core mechanics of this game are built around Ryutama's game mechanics, and that one's very much just a travel RPG. It doesn't really have to do much with combat or require much with combat. It's an intriguing thing to read into. I've heard a lot of people give it kind of crap because it basically gives the GM a character too, but it seems so.
Yeah, that can be fine.
Yeah, I think so. So this game was very heavily inspired by that and worked alongside Kotodama Heavy Industries. And then there's 13th Age, Aegis, Anima Prime, Apocalypse World. Iron Arrow Rod. Haven't seen that one. Blades in the Dark, which they say they steal the clock mechanic from. We have taken the clock mechanic from Blades in the Dark and put it in this game. It is 1-for-1.
As you should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I've been doing that for the longest time with any home games and games that I play, because it's such a good mechanic to be like, hey, you're on a timer. You have to do things, and here's a representation of that so that you're not confused. D&D 4th edition, Fate, Burning Wheel, Kamigakari, Tenra Bancho Zero, Charles.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, and Sword, Soul, and Sex. Collection of supplements for Sorcerer.
Interesting. Never heard of that one.
Not me neither, but, I mean, there's a few here and there. And then basically...
Is that like the Book of Erotic Fantasy?
We're not talking about that on the stream.
No.
We're not monetized, and we don't need to get pre-demonetized.
Oh, sure, fine. But real ones, no.
Me. I'm one of the real ones.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this, by the way. If you're looking through the books, if you look on page 16, 17, it gives you the layout for high fantasy and just like all the different things you can choose. What themes and protagonists do you want? Gives a bunch of examples, gives a bunch of ideas of magic, and one of the core themes of this game is the magic and technology. Resetting. Rolls and checks.
Yeah.
You combine 2 dice and you roll. There are a few modifiers to that. You can crit. If you roll double 6s or higher, you crit. Critting in this game is not what you think it is. And then you can also fumble, which is great because you get something that's very important in the game called Fabula Point when you fumble things.
You want these.
You want these.
These are good.
These are very, very good. As far as the last part of the engine, it is up to level 50. I know it's not 99.
Which sounds like a lot.
Didn't do much for it to make it that. It would be so impossible to balance the way this game is made if you go higher than 50. It's good.
Gonna master 9 classes. Oh God.
You're just gonna be a polyglot. That's all. And
Yeah.
your character would almost get homogenized. 50 feels like a lot, but when you look at what you get out of classes and the way that it can work, you're just like, I could go for 5 more. But so going into the play of the game, the play's purpose is to create a fantasy world, go on a grand adventure or 2 in it. The sessions are split into multiple scenes. There are 3 types. There are conflict, interlude, and villain scenes, which I'm a fan of from Radical Rock Rangers. And then
you need the cutscene.
You need the cutscenes.
Yeah.
You need to flash to the villain group and see what the hell they're up to, especially in this game, because villains in this game are amazing.
Yeah,
I agree.
The standard time that they say for this gameplay is 4 hours. They expect it to last 25 to 50 sessions for a campaign, give or take. And the leveling rhythm is about a half a level to a level per session.
Yeah. I mean, I resist anything that still has experience points because milestones are milestones and they just make it so easy. But with this, there's you could still convert it into milestones. This is not quite MCDM where you need to have experience points because something gets turned into them. But it is a little anachronistic, but also it's a JRPG. You have experience. Shut up. Yeah.
Well, and also this game is very much similar to Powered by the Apocalypse with how you gather your experience points. It's I didn't dive deep into that system of all the things that I dove into for this game because I don't see myself using it terribly much.
Yeah, exactly right.
It's because I'm also a fan of the milestone, and when you have locked sessions and you want to get players there, and that accrue how you accrue experience isn't as much as just going through and doing it.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. You get experience because of points spent by villains as well. So that's why it's funny that villains are so interesting and you want them to do stuff because it gives you more experience.
And that ties into Ryutama. Ryutama, actually, I would, if I ever ran a Ryutama game, I would use the leveling system in it because the whole point of the game is it sets an interesting set of rails for the players and the GM as well. By giving the GM a character, they say, here are the powers that you can enact, that you're allowed to do. very Japanese because it's like, here are your mechanics as a GM. And the game itself actually says for Ryutama, if you're a seasoned GM, you might hate this. Sorry, this isn't really for you. It's for someone who doesn't know what to do.
Right.
Okay.
And because the idea is, like in that game, you have a dragon that is the GM PC, and they have the ability to basically use god powers for the party or against the party. Whenever they use one of the god powers, that's an experience point for them.
Okay.
So, all right, with all of that, go ahead.
Thinking about how the experience system works and trying to get levels and whatnot, it did kind of remind me of we had a friend who was playing a JRPG, and they found out a way where they could basically wrap a rubber band around the controller, set all of the NPCs to auto attack, and then they just started it up and went to work. And they came back and had 17 levels added to them. So like the grind for experiences, I don't know, doesn't always work for me.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I don't think that it's a bad leveling system in this game. It's just I was not focused too heavily on it because I did not know whether or not it was going to be something that I hit very hard. But with that out of the way, we have the interesting features left. But first, let's talk about the 8 pillars of playing Fabula Ultima. That's right.
Right.
You thought it might be 3, maybe even 5.
8.
This one has 8.
8.
And basically,
what do you call an 8-sided figure? Octagon. The octagon.
Yeah.
But so for this
octagonal pillar. Yeah.
The octagon. I don't have it.
Sorry, disrupted us.
Good. No, you're fine. But so basically, this is just the writer, and it's saying this writer also in this work, they very heavily state, hey, most of this is my opinions and strong feelings I have about these things, but I feel that they are good for making this game play the way that written intended. The 8 pillars are suggestions for things that should/must be in the game for it to truly feel like a JRPG. Number 1 is ancient ruins and harsh lands. Number 2 is a world in peril. Number 3 is clashing communities. Number 4 is everything has a soul. Number 5 is magic and technology, obviously. Number 6 is heroes of many shapes and sizes. Now, this one is interesting because what it says is not basically anybody can be a hero. What it says is protagonists are full-fledged heroes, extraordinary individuals that possess unique abilities and whose actions will shape the fate of the world. While some may not be noble paladins or virtuous paragons of justice, even the thieves and dark knights among them have fundamentally good nature, can be trusted to do the right thing when the situation is desperate. This is the writer saying, hey, you can be an edgelord, but don't be that edgelord.
Mm-hmm.
Be the good guy.
You're not
You are
evil.
a good guy.
We have villains.
You are not evil.
You're not the evil one. So if you wanted to play this game to be an evil party, the game's not made for that.
Mm-hmm.
Number 7 is that it's all about the heroes, which is basically saying, hey, GM, back off and let the players shine. And then number 8 is mystery, discovery, and growth, which, I mean, I think we can all, that's some good stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
It goes into high fantasy, natural fantasy, or techno fantasy. Oh, look.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, when you buy this book, it was made by like a core group of roughly 20-ish people, with Emmanuelle doing a lot of the heavy lifting, but also some serious editing and the art. They were also the art director for their own book and went and seeked out a bunch of artists, Ailoros being one of them, who I got prints from at MagFest. And they very seriously went about making sure that all of it was in the vibe that they wanted, and I think they nailed it.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
This book won a product award at Gen Con for just being a amazingly made book, and I think that rings very true as I've looked through it over and over again and again. So those are all the core parts of this system, and now I'm going to come to the things that the system has either pulled, added, or really honed in on, which is one of them was the world building in Session 0, which we talked about a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. They do a lot of saying, here, set this, set this, set this. Everybody build the world together. It basically does like a tiny little game of Microscope almost. Or like if you've done any of the, like when we did Radical Robo Rock Rangers and we made the team and we made everything together. It's all cooperative, which is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to tell a story with your friends. Some people are playing the characters, but it's still everybody telling a story with their friends to make a memorable experience.
Mm-hmm.
Which is important because, Charles, your favorite game is back. Powered by the Apocalypse is very heavily influencing this game when it comes to bonds.
Yeah.
Bonds are big in this game.
Yeah, bonds are great. And I am on the record saying that I don't like Powered by Apocalypse games. And the only reason I say that, and it's shared here, is the absence of a map. Now, we'll talk about that eventually when we get into combat, but I don't hate it here. I don't hate it. It's okay.
Very nice.
So with bonds, it's a very important core mechanic to playing with the other players. You have there's a set max that you can have. And
3.
Is it only 3 bonds total?
Mm-hmm.
And
because there are 6 total, and they are all opposites of each other. Well, 2 of them are the opposite, I should say.
Yeah,
so you either love them or hate them. You can't do both.
I see. So there's you can have 3 emotions, but you can have a total of 6 bonds with 3 maximum emotions in each. That's what I think. That's why.
Oh, okay.
You're both right. Yeah.
So it's very complicated, but also there's a lot of like it's hard to just point it out in just when we're talking about it ad hoc here, but
sure.
There's a lot of different places in the mechanics that speak to bonds rather than just having them.
Right.
And having them be like, this is this thing that you should be mindful of because it's powered by the Apocalypse or Apocalypse World, or version. Tabletop did it.
Oh, I can't remember. Once again, I don't like the system, so I'll keep
Dungeon
saying
World. It's Dungeon World.
Dungeon World. Yeah, that's right. I'm like, it ends with world. I know that.
So there are 2 sides to any bond, and they can apply to your friends or your enemies, which is fun.
Mm-hmm.
So you have admiration or inferiority as 2 parts. You have loyalty or mistrust, and you have affection or hatred. And I think they do say that you can make up your own bonds, but they recommend when you're playing through to just start with these and work from there because you want to make sure that you're keeping to a certain yin and yang with them.
Right.
Makes sense to me.
But you create bonds, and the thing about that is you have your bonds and you have your trait. You have it's not your origin, it's your title, I think.
Concept?
Yeah,
what do they call it?
Identity.
Identity, yeah.
So you have but you can only invoke these 2. So the system has an invocation system to it. The invocations are when you roll, you can invoke your bond or you can invoke your trait. You invoke a trait, you're invoking it for a reroll. You have to spend a Fabula point you have a limited supply of, and then you get to do a reroll. Or you can invoke a bond, which will grant you a bonus to your roll equal to the level of the bond that you have with that character that you're invoking it. Describe how that invocation. I love this. This is like threads from still a girl bond works, but it's like threads from other Powered by the Apocalypse or the bond systems from them as well, and just making it so that if you're with other people and you're doing these things, you're doing them better because those people are there with you. But also limiting it to Fabula points, which you don't have a huge supply of in this game. You really don't. I think you start with 3, and you can gain them for crit failing things.
Fumbles.
And you can gain them for villains being around.
Yeah.
There are other ways
and
that
you will get 1 if you have 0 at the start of a scene.
Yeah.
I saw there was an optional rule where you could choose to fail something.
You can choose to auto fail on something.
And then you would get a point. So it'd be like the reverse of using it.
You can choose to auto fumble, not auto fail on a think it has to be a meaningful roll.
Yes.
Yes.
Which I think the game also says you shouldn't have rolls. But
yeah, right.
If
Why would you roll?
choose to auto fumble, you give the GM their version of the opportunity, and then you get a Fabula point. So that's how that works. So with that,
and of course, I think that having fumbles and failures in stories are a good thing. I would, if I was running this, I would probably allow it. I might maybe have to cap it depending on how players were, depending on the table and whatnot. But I really like the idea that sometimes the failure is what makes the story continue. Yeah. It's what allows the characters to grow. You want to fail some things.
Yeah. And the best part about it is you have to invoke the bond or trait to fail too. So it's like, yeah, I have inferiority against this person, so I failed because I was thinking about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
It becomes a meaningful, juicy fail.
In this yeah. There's no way that I could beat this person. I am inferior to them. Yeah. It's going to be a failure.
Yeah, I can't hit them. I'm just, I can't.
It's locked in. For success and failures, so many just juicy parts of this hours, but I do want us to get to some of the really cool parts of this. So, the game's called Fabula Ultima. The thing that speaks to this the most is Fabula points, which we've been talking about a little bit, and we should just go into those more. I'm not even using the bookmarks on the side because of layout for the video, but even still, I just go, okay, where is it? In game rules, okay, the checks. Then here should just be one of these. Here we go. Fabula points. Easy to find. Super great. And it is Fabula
Make
points.
PDFs like this.
Yeah. Just to show for a quick second, I'm just gonna mess the view up. Here's the bookmarks. Bookmarks are
that's fine.
Amazing. Oh, it doesn't show. Oh, it does. I'm a little
okay.
The bookmarks are amazing. It's like, oh, I want to think about clocks. And it's like, okay, cool. Or I want to think about character creation. Cool, here's your character creation. But what happens if I need this rule for this check, or I have to know how the characters work, or it's just so well laid out. So, with that in mind, Fabula points are on page 96. And it is, they have no at the start, they gain 1. Whenever a player rolls a fumble, they gain 1. Or a villain makes an entrance during a scene. I read through this again. It is not the first time you meet a villain. It's every time they oh-ho-ho their way in.
Yeah.
You immediately get a Fabula point. If you are reduced to 0 hit points and you decide to surrender, which is another cool mechanic to talk about, you get 2 Fabula points. And whenever a player invokes one of their bonds or traits to automatically fail, like you were talking about, you gain a Fabula. There is no limit to the number of Fabula points you can have. You're free to hoard them. However, you should spend them.
These are not elixirs.
And
even elixirs you should use in this system.
But that's not wheels of cheese to clog up your inventory.
Yeah, and they are one of the main ways to gain experience. So it might be something where, knowing our friends, I might actually run this game, say, hey, you gotta spend Fabula to level up.
Yeah.
Please don't sit on 20.
You're sitting on 50 of them.
I don't need you to ball all that up and throw it at the boss, please.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it works well because you have, I think for the leveling, you get 5 automatically, and then you divide the number of Fabula points you've used by the number of players, and that's the remaining experience that you've gained. You have to get 10 to level up.
So yeah, you want everyone to be using their points. Use them.
Yep. Some things that you can use them for. The invoke bond and invoke trait that I was talking about. You can also, there are some skills that simply require Fabula points in order to activate them. And they are some really good skills. And then finally, Charles, your favorite, there's the alter the story Fabula point. Where you can just make Australia hot because that's how swirling works.
It's scientific.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's magical, sorry.
Yeah. Juicy magical science. Yeah. So you can alter an existing element or add a new element. And for this one, your GM is allowed to say, no, you can't spend the point that way.
Yep.
They do say, hey, the GM could say, please don't just bulldoze this thing that we're doing right now because you have a Fabula point. Let's add to it, make it more fun. And they give there's a whole subsection afterwards of altering the story. As a player, you can spend one Fabula point. You get to shape part of the world, its people. If you want to change or add, or an item that has already been established, such as a character, location, or item the game master described or introduced, you first need the game master's permission.
Yeah.
I think that's cool. Anything that the game master has said, or another character even has said and exists, your Fabula point can't rewrite that. You can add. But if it hasn't been said, if it hasn't been said, if you find something unique and you're like, oh, Fabula point, I know a person in a town over that way, then they just exist at that point.
Yeah, which is super cool. I really do appreciate that there is that limiter set to it, because I appreciate the genre savviness that the writer of this book and the people who designed this game have going into it to say, all right, you can change an element, but you need buy-in from everyone else at the table. This isn't Microscope where there's no sale. You get to say what you want and then move on.
It just happens.
Yep.
That isn't the game this is. You can play Microscope. It's super fun. So that's Fabula points, which leads into, of course, our next thing, which is Ultima points. Ultima points are the ones that the GM gets for their villains. Villains come in 3 flavors: minor, major, and supreme. They each come with their own set number of Ultima points, 5, 10, or 15, and they can spend their Ultima points to invoke their traits and bonds the same way you can. The trick to villains is they never get them back. Which is fun because it kind of sets like a clock. The villain's Ultima points are their clock in this game. I'm a minor villain. I'm like the bandit captain guy who's really annoying for the first act of the first season of the anime. I'm going to show up a few times, and then you're going to kick my ass. But I'm going to be able to run away.
Make sure you escape.
And that's
and then at the end,
the major use of the Ultima point seems to be, to me, and I think you guys probably agree, is at the end of a conflict, if they're reduced to 0 HP, they can flee for free. Fabula point.
Yeah.
The players cannot say anything about that. There is no, can I chase them down? No, you can't. They used an Ultima point.
Yep, that's it. They're gone.
Yeah. And they need...
When they finally run out,
yeah,
they burned all their resources and you catch them.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think it's kind of interesting. I say catch them because whoever deals the final blow to anything in this game chooses the fate of the thing. Like, you could be, whether you want to kill or capture or you want to scare away. Like, I think that's really kind of cool.
Yeah. No, I agree.
It's not, you don't have to decide like, oh, I want to start doing non-lethal damage. You just are dealing, it's whoever gets the final hit is like, oh, I decide. Which could be bad, I guess, because if you have a nature druid person versus like a death knight, you know, whoever gets that last hit could affect the story in some way.
There's also a lot of talk in this game about mercy, I think, is a common theme in this. It is very much you don't kill everything you find. You shouldn't, because that would be a very weird way to live your
right, that's not heroic.
Yeah, it's not very heroic. It's not very good guy, and you're a good guy. You can be an angry good guy. Sometimes you can have a bond of hatred towards the enemy, and maybe you do kill them occasionally, but it's not the norm.
Batman's not supposed to kill, okay?
Yeah. Be like Batman. Sleep a little more than Batman.
Maybe.
So the 3 main ways you can spend Ultima points on villains that are not unique to the villains are: you spend 1 Ultima point to safely leave the scene. That's the escape. They can flee. You can also spend it to invoke their trait. You cannot spend it for bonds act. Only the invoke trait for rerolls. And then you can spend it for recovery, which I think is great. You just recover 50 mind points.
Get some more MP. Do some more stuff.
That super sorcerer supreme villain that you're fighting against is just like, oh no, you took all my mana away. Ultima point. And it's not like that's an easy thing to decide, because maybe she's a major villain down to her last 3, and she's like, how much do I want to keep fighting versus how much do I just want to run away right now?
Yeah, I gotta leave.
No, I'm angry enough. Okay, let's go. Another fireball for you.
And the interesting, if you got them down to close to death, if your major villain has a one last spell that turns them into a supreme villain.
Yeah. There is the escalation mechanic. That is very, very fun and extremely JRPG. Oh, you beat their first form.
Yep.
They have another one. When that happens, they essentially become a brand new villain. They get a brand new pool of Ultima points, and you have to fight them again, potentially on the spot.
And since they're a brand new villain, you get another point of
another
yourself.
Fabula point to put in your little pile that you're going to throw at them. It's great. And if like you said, they can immediately escalate if they're at 0 HP and no more Ultima points. But I don't think they're allowed to do that otherwise. So they can then probably just auto escape or whatever they want to do. But
I thought that sounded kind of cool because it's very, very much like that final boss. You've seen them all through the story. They make an appearance. They berate you or run away. And then at the end, you're like, I finally killed him. And then it's like, oh no, there's a reason they're so evil. New phase.
You hear the music pick back up, 2 more HP bars load, and you're just like, oh, right. JRPG.
The Latin starts.
Latin chanting.
And, the best part is, what are they going to do there? Are they going to kick your ass now? Because now they went from minor to major and went from 0 to 10 Ultima points. Or are they going to be like, and now I escape? I can deal with one of them. I can lose 1 point because I got 9 now if I use that.
And that brings us into another really, really cool part of this system. And I'm going to bring it up while we're talking about villains. And that is party TPKs. Or people getting knocked out, or any such thing. I'm gonna try to find the page, but while I'm there, I can just rag on this a little bit. And this is essentially. What do you have?
You're looking for 0 hit point?
Yeah.
Should be 86.
So for villains,
start of it, at least.
Yeah, the non-player characters.
Interesting enough, that's the same term for getting rid of something. Like, when something's off the menu, 86 the bagels or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Funny how that worked.
So there are 2 options for player characters. They are surrendering. And this is explicitly stated in the game, and I love it so much because I think it gives a lot of the agency that the players sometimes feel they don't have in a game back to them. And that is, your character's important to the story. They can't just die randomly. They can't. And where some people will be like, well, that's not very fun, blah, blah, blah. The randomness is what it is. Okay, but this is a JRPG. There are certain plot points. Alice dies because of Zio. She doesn't die because you fought one of those weird slugs in the cave above Iato and they managed to merge up and just smack her for 1 billion HP. So, spoilers for Phantasy Star 4, by the way. The one game I couldn't find that I wanted to put in here is I still had my cartridge for it somewhere. Still in my Sega at the time, at least the last time I saw it, because it had a memory leak issue on most of the cartridges for it, where if you unplugged it and plugged it back in, it was writing to the console's memory, and if anything took that memory, it would wipe all the saves.
Oh, fun times.
Sega. So you have surrendering, which not only gives you 2 Fabula points, but safely removes you from the scene. The game master cannot kill a character who surrenders, but may impose narrative consequences chosen from the list below, or a consequence that makes sense with the scene. There's a bunch of different things you could do. Darkness, you have to change your theme to one of the following. Basically, you get an angry theme. Despair, the enemy gets to make a decisive move, or the heroes lose faith and approval of an important person or group. Loss, something incredibly precious, such as a magical artifact, loved person, or an important heirloom, is taken from you. Resentment, you're forced to erase one of your bonds and replace it with a bond toward a character chosen by the game master. This new bond must be hatred, inferiority, or mistrust, your choice. Or separating. You're no longer with your allies. You might be captured, dragged away, lost, or stranded in some unknown location. But again, these are the consequences that continue your character forward. I cannot just down you and then tell everybody in your group, move or I kill them. That is literally not a thing the bosses can even try to do in this game.
Right.
I like that a lot. Because the other one you can do is sacrifice.
Yes. Yeah.
And sacrifice is about as anime as it gets, and you've seen it if you've seen it a million times. When you reduce the HP to 0, a player character may give their life in order to accomplish a seemingly impossible deed, such as putting an end to centuries-old curse, temporarily taking away a demigod's power, or single-handedly holding off a small army to make sure their allies can flee. You can only sacrifice yourself if at least 2 of the following are true. So they did say, hey, you can't just do this all the time. There must be a villain present. There must be a sacrifice that would benefit a character you have a bond towards, or you believe your sacrifice would make the world a better place. And they mean that in like not the self-degrading sense. They mean that in like overall the world would be better because you did this. So kind of nebulous, but on the other hand, I love this. I love this so much.
Same here. Because the best way to die in these games is when it's meaningful. You don't want to be traveling a random monster. You know, your game master just spawns, oh, random monster. Oh, it's this thing. And a bad critical, and they go down. And it's like, oh, crap. Okay, well, now granted, D&D has, you know, you've got the death saving throws and you can be brought back and stuff. Which, do you want to bring that up about healing at 0?
Healing at 0, I'm pretty sure, is not a thing in this game. Once you're out of the scene, 100%. You're out of the scene.
Yep, you're out.
Yep.
Which is
you hit 0, that's that.
That's that. Yeah. There is no Phoenix down in this game, or if there is, they talk about it. The cosmology of Fabula Ultima, spirits of the deceased generally return to the stream of souls. So you went back to the live stream, bud. See ya.
Yep. Which I think is kind of interesting. So it takes away part of the thing in like D&D where 50 HP and 1 HP are the exact same thing.
Yep.
Someone goes down, hit them with a single health backup, they're good to fight. This game, you've got to be careful. You have to heal. You have to stay on top of that, because once you go down, that's it.
Yeah. Once you're down for that fight, at least. So don't go getting low without having a plan, which there's a lot of character classes that have a plan for being low. Most of them are the Darkblade. But so
you're supposed to be low.
Yeah, you're supposed to be low because it makes you hit harder, and then you can be a fury as well. There's some very good build mentality.
Yeah, buildcraft is great.
Buildcraft in this game is great. This game. We'll get there. But the next thing that I want to get to is let's see. Let's talk about now, Charles. Here's the woo-woo frou-frou stuff that you tend to hate about games.
Oh, yeah.
But in a very interesting, palatable format.
It is at least digestible, yeah.
Have you read
palatable,
through the ritual?
I don't know. Yes. They're 118, by the way, if you're looking for them. I don't have it up.
I had it actually in my notes.
Okay. But yeah, I've looked through them, and it makes perfect sense. And I love the things that you can do with it. I don't think that it's better without a grid. That's it. That's like, if you wanted my entire review of this thing, it's amazing. I don't think that it's better without a grid, but I could be wrong. I've not played it. Who knows? Yeah. But like, even this stuff, like the rituals that we're going to start to talk about, I'll let you introduce unless you want me to do it.
No, go ahead, please. It's by all means. This is the thing I think that you would be the most interested in.
Sure. So this is basically that ability that your character would have in your imagination. I am an elementalist. Well, I should be able to do little things with elements, right? Yes, there are spells that are rote that are like, I cast a fireball, but also I should be able to adjust things, right? So rituals, you gain the ability to use ritual magic from your classes or skills that you get. And so these are things like there's a chart here that shows you which discipline and what you could do. So for an example, let's stay elementalism because we'll get into classes because I don't want to start with chimerism and then I have to explain it. So elementalism, basically, you'd be able to use a ritual or ritual magic to do things like walk on water, shape rock, snuff out fires, cause a rainstorm, which is very cool.
Mm-hmm.
There's no details on that, but very cool, right? That's you and the party and the GM. But you have an ability score. So basically, just like we were talking about with the checks, elementalism just from this table is insight and willpower. So that makes sense. You're using your knowledge and your ability to manifest it. So what a ritual can do. Well, actually, let's talk about what it can't do. I think that's the best thing.
Yeah, definitely.
They can't do damage. Invoking an elementalist ritual cannot do damage. It can still do collateral damage, like you could fall down a chasm. There's rules for that. Let's not get into it. It cannot inflict or remove status effects. It cannot cause anyone to gain or lose HP, MP, or inventory points, which is another thing, which I love. It cannot replicate the mechanical benefits of an existing spell. Now, it could still make you like teleport or flight or fly, but that's just you and the storyteller, the GM. And then you cannot create creatures or equipment or grant them any permanent abilities. So you can't be like, I set my pet on fire. And now, you know. But aside from that, as they say, everything else is fine. And literally, if it doesn't have an effect, go for it.
Yeah, and I think the thing that's important to note about that is that a lot of those things are like, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do that. A lot of those things, the reason you can't do them is because there's a spell for that in one of the classes, and you can just go take that spell.
Yeah, and so rituals, they have the kind of, here's how you cast one, right? So you start and you say, this is what I want to do. I want to make a rainstorm. Cool. Which area or creatures do you want to affect? Game Master has final say, if that's okay. Let's say I wanted to make a rainstorm over these, I don't know, mud monsters, and it's going to maybe do something. Okay, well, we know what it can't do, but it's is thematic and it's fun. So, okay. So you look at how much MP it will cost, because this still costs MP. This is not prestidigitation. This is not a cantrip. This is you affecting the world with your magic, so it costs you.
Yeah.
So basically, they have a list of effects, the potency in the area. So basically, if we're creating a rainstorm, for example, we want to do something that, let's say,
let's just say over a dude's head, because fuck that guy.
Yeah. Right, because fuck that guy. So that would be minor, I would guess. It's not going to do much of anything. It's kind of like creating a flash of light. Does it distract them? So this is kind of the negotiation between you and the GM. Well, what do you want it to do? Well, I just want it to be annoying. All right, that's minor. You know, like that's okay. And then the area is a multiplier for that MP. So it's a minor effect, which is 20 MP, which seems like a lot, but you get a lot, so don't worry.
Yeah.
There's a difficulty level to beat. If it's minor, it is a 7. Remember, in this, you're probably rolling insight and presence. No, insight and willpower. I always get those confused because I've been thinking about other games. But you're going to roll that, and you're going to get higher than the 7, and you can do it. Anyway, then there's a multiplier for MP. If it's individual, it's still 1 times. So 20 MP to do this thing. Now, the coolest thing I think about all of this is that rituals can be group checks, which I don't think we talked about yet.
We have. It is on there, though. Rituals is group checks. When a character attempts a ritual, other characters can help if they have no ability to perform, even if they have no ability to perform rituals.
Yes.
Magic check will become a group check. The character who performs the ritual will act as the leader.
So yeah, basically group checks are someone acting as the leader and everybody else gets to add little bonuses to them. They then roll and you figure out if you make it or not.
Bonuses, right?
Yeah. Yeah, typically.
Well, Every person that succeeds a difficulty of 10 gets to add one. To the total that the leader gets, and then the person with the highest bond with the leader can add their bond, so as much as 3.
Yeah, so you would get multiple bonuses, and then maybe a little bit bigger of a bonus, whoever has the highest bond with you. And as we're talking about this, that's a lot of MP. Like 20 is still a lot. You can remove or cut the MP cost in half by getting some ingredient. Like for the rainstorm, it doesn't make much sense, but if you were trying to create a snowstorm that, you know, occludes vision of a group of goblins or a camp or whatever. Go ahead.
I want to play a math game with you, Charles, because I did the research. What do you think the maximum-ish MP that a character can have at level 50 is?
Oh, that's gonna be a little high. I would guess. Yeah, my guess is 70 to 90.
70 to 90? It's actually much higher than that.
Wow.
Because of the way that this game works, you can get to, if you absolutely max out, that is all 7 of your classes are MP classes.
Sure.
And I haven't actually looked at like the level 10 abilities, which some of them might apply an MP bonus.
Some could.
I'm not sure yet. But the maximum-ish is roughly 160.
So about double what I was thinking.
Wow.
Yeah. Now
160, 20 is still an eighth.
20 is an eighth, and that's for a minor effect. But if you want to do a minor effect over a huge area, well, that's 80. That's half of your MP.
Yeah.
As a max level character. Let's say you're someone, I don't know, let's just say Lena Inverse, and you're staring down Shebernigdo, and that is probably an extreme check to weaken a divine entity. And he's actually huge. He's the size of a fortress. So that's 200. You have to find 200 MP in your bag somewhere.
Yeah.
You don't got
Which
that.
is why it's cool. Yeah, which is why it's cool that they let you cut it in half for an ingredient from the GM. So it'd be really cool to be like, okay, well, we know we need to do this ritual. Let's go out and find this thing.
Right.
But there's also a little bit of a blurb saying that if there's no time to prepare it, you can sacrifice something that you have to allow the ritual to take place.
Your
and I would love, life force of someone, HP, magical items would be great.
It gives you my favorite thing, the GM Devil's Bargain. It gives you the ability to go, all right, GM, what if I give you my left die, though? You're like,
yeah.
That's pretty good.
Well, Volo took that one.
Yeah, well, but he gave you back a better one. It was fine.
That's true.
But, guys, you see an ice pick, it's fine. Just the man knows what he's doing.
Surgical tool.
Yeah.
Probably. So they have some sample rituals, and I think that it's important to go through this because it's just kind of nebulous when you're thinking of D&D spells and what their effects are, and then you think of D&D rituals, which are just a spell, but it's kind of free. So I think my favorite example is the big one, of course. Erecting a barrier of energy to shield a castle from an avalanche is a ritualism. Ritualism is just a type of extreme potency because it's extreme. So that's 50 MP.
It's a fortress.
Targeting a huge area, which is ×4. So it's the 200 example. And it's 16 is the difficulty to do it. So you're going to have to roll pretty high or hope that you have a group check going on. Right at that point, you might need the rest of your friends to help you out. And if the ritual fails, you might, have a very bad time.
Yeah, that's another thing that a lot of people, I think, they stop reading before they get to, is the, you can reduce the cost, you can do some cool things. Hey, what happens if you fail?
Yes.
Right. It doesn't just not happen.
Yeah.
It
can just not happen, but
the stronger the effect you seek, the more tragic the consequences will be if the ritual goes wrong. We're talking Lena Inverse and the Gigaslave friends. Yeah. When she fucks up that spell, the universe ends.
Yeah.
She didn't know that the first time she cast it, but she found it in a book once. It seemed cool. She had a sword of light. Why not?
Yeah, it's all up to the GM. However, I would love, you wanted to make a huge barrier. to protect from an avalanche. Well, you protected from the avalanche, but that's because you're now on your own plane of existence. You teleported yourself. How are you going to fix that? You know what I mean? Or something, anything like that. It gives the story, the game master so much fuel. And the stakes are so high.
And it does, I think, still allude to the idea of, hey, if it fails, I don't think it says it here, but everything in this game has been, hey, when something goes wrong, work it out between the player and the GM. Figure out what feels fair. Or in some cases, if you're trying to cast a 200 ritual and you fail, which, by the way, the other thing is, the difficulty level of a 200 ritual is 16.
You could easily fail that.
Super failable, and I believe you're not allowed to spend Fabula points on rituals.
Oh, really?
That's a question. Yeah, I don't know. I
would imagine you'd be able to re-roll it using a trait.
Re-roll the trait, probably.
Yeah, if you have a trait that helps you, or an origin that helps you, if this is your hometown that you're building, I would imagine you'd be able to.
Yeah.
Maybe. I feel like there was like a certain like level of finality to the ritual. Maybe that was just wording I saw another. So I don't see it here, so never mind.
But the thing that a lot of people, if they've played D&D, would think about rituals is, well, it takes a long time because ritual, you think about that. But they do have rules for doing rituals in conflicts, which I think is one of the coolest part about rituals being in the book at all, is that you think about, okay, so that's narrative. No, it could be during conflict as well. And what happens is you take your potency of what you're trying to do, and that turns into a clock, as we were talking about clocks from Blades in the Dark. So now it's going to take you time, but you can still do that thing that you wanted to do. But you have to be protected, and you're focusing on it.
This is some Elijah ass shit if I've ever seen it.
Absolutely. Like, that is so fun. It's a spirit bomb. Yeah. Who doesn't want to do a spirit bomb?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
right?
And just also the objective action in general, being a combat action, is so fun. It's like you have all of these things to do, or you have a generic objective action that you need to do something to solve in the scene.
Keep it going.
And there's a clock going in the scene that the objective action But yeah, no, all of that. I love every bit of this. I feel like I might make it a little bit more difficult to go crazy with it, but also, again, I'm saying 160 MP is what you get at level 50 if you spec'd into nothing else. So typically, your character in the middle of the game, like level 20-ish, is probably going to be somewhere around, because the bulk of what you get for your MP is 5 pieces from getting classes that have MP class. And then your insight times, I think it's 5 for your...
I believe 5. I
think it's insight times. For your baseline stat of MP. And then you get 1 MP per level otherwise. So when you take a first level in a class, you actually get 6, not 5. Because you always gain 1 HP and 1 MP per level, a la old school.
Yeah.
So that's just a fun little system, because usually it's just like, well, we're going to hand wave this giant thing that you can do, and that's fun, right? And then move on. This game's like, no. Sit down. We're going to talk about what feels correct with this. We're going to talk about a scaling system, which is a little vague, but not as vague as you're used to. You want to affect the entire world? Gee, that's not even on the thing. I guess we'd make something more than huge.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so, it would be times 5.
Yeah. Look, no way you have the MP for that.
Yeah. Like, so you're going to have to go cut the MP cost in half by finding the ingredient.
And it does
what is that ingredient? Well, it's a whole quest.
It's a whole quest line, exactly. It's not just like, you have to have a mystical ingredient of some kind. It's like, cool, I'm an adventurer, I have those all the time. No. For this one, it literally says you have to go off somewhere to find it. And that is so cool. So many beans.
Yeah.
Love those beans. Let's see. Oh, finally, I wanted to talk about inventory.
Oh, yes.
Fabula Ultima.
One of the best things.
Go ahead. Was that Philip?
No. I was Was there anything?
Inventory points, or IP, is your third stat, and it's your third class type that you can have in this game. You can have HP classes, MP classes, or IP classes. There's a joke there. But those are your inventory points, and they are an abstraction of what you have in your bag. You get 6 to start with, and you can trade them in with an inventory action to get a healing potion, an elixir, a remedy, a tonic, any other number of things that you can use, and then add them all together to do stuff with, but with the understanding that in order to recharge them, you have to go into a town, a village, or another location that has a purchasing place, and you have to spend 10 zenit for every inventory, which is the system of money for this game. They talk a little bit about it, and I think that there is like a default when you defeat a fight, you get this. But I didn't delve too hard into that because, once again, that's one of those things that I kind of ignore.
At the game master's discretion, characters may also recharge some of their inventory, such as particular circumstances, such as stumbling upon an adventurer's backpack, right, as gear or spoils from combat.
Right.
That's very cool because that gives you another dial as a GM to be like, well, these guys don't have coins, but they have some stuff that you can cobble together. It gives you 3 inventory points. You can just figure out who gets those 3.
Yeah.
Or they had a bunch of stuff. There's 5 or 10 inventory points. Split it up amongst the party. Yeah. That'd be great.
Or if you just find like a hoard of useful items, like suddenly that's just inventory points for the party. That is possible, and that is one of the things. There's also some travel for this game.
Right.
But so I don't want to exactly transfer off the inventory points yet. The other thing to note is that inventory points are spoken to by 3 of the classes in this game. The Rogue, the Wayfarer, which I love the Wayfarer, and the Tinkerer are all 3 inventory classes. The way that they work is when you take the class, rather than getting +5 HP or +5 MP, you get +2 inventory points. So adding all of those together, you could get up to 12 inventory points to start a very generous sampling of items for your friends.
Though be known that you cannot trade the points, you could trade the inventory that you get from it.
Yes.
So if you use it to make a health potion, you can give the health potion to anybody, but you cannot give them the points.
Also worth noting, I do believe that the way that this works in this system is once you make the item, it is used. You cannot make the item and set it on a shelf, and make the item and set it on a shelf and wait to use those later. No. You make it and it burns. You can give it to somebody else.
Yes. Yeah. But you would burn those, let's say, 3 points for a remedy or an elixir and give it to them in that action, basically.
So that's some good stuff for the way that the system works and the way that the system abstracts, I think, in a very healthy and fun way, rather than having to remember what's in everybody's inventory, because as a person who runs games, god damn it, that's annoying.
I have heard some feedback on systems like this, at least for weapons and armor, a very recent system that we talked about, MCDM, in that because there are no items, it doesn't really matter. I don't like that. And I don't understand that, because like for inventory points, I guess people could say, well, there's not multiple types of items and blah, 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 but then make them. Give a better one for 4 points instead of 3. Like what?
So are you referring to like the difference between like a weak health potion and a strong health potion?
Yes, exactly. Right.
Okay. So instead of it just being one type of item.
Yeah. People are like, well, that just kind of gets rid of all of the juice of maintaining an inventory or having the difference. And this is for armor and weapons, which is different from inventory, but the difference between a longsword and a rapier. And this game kind of runs into that as well. It doesn't need to matter. Like you can get around that if you really wanted to. If you wanted to make a high elixir, make it 5 points. They have the points. That's fine. It's just immediately people bounce off of it when they see this, especially people who, I think it was said in one of the MCDM things, want there to be a right answer
Yeah.
in what you get. There isn't, and that's fine.
Which weapon is best for me?
Right.
Which armor is best for me? It's like, it doesn't. Whatever you want. This is your game.
Right.
Weapon you pick is the right one.
And inventory points are such a great abstraction, and I don't think anyone's going to complain about that, but people complain about weapons and armor, so I wanted to mention it.
That actually leads to a very interesting point about this game, and that is the weapons and armor in this game and how it is meaningful.
Yes.
Let's see.
So equipment.
After.
What specifically you look for?
I was looking for the actual like stat sheet of the items.
I've seen that recently. I think it's in Game Master.
After all these bad boys. Sorry for anybody
I remember
who's
seeing the
scrolling
list.
this wording. There it is. So
126.
126. No, I'm all the way down in. Yeah, I was in rare items.
Yep.
There we go. Basic weapons. In the basic weapons tab, you have a bunch of different items, and there are some very specific things about them, but the main thing to note about them is that they all have their accuracy rolls, and they're all different.
Yeah.
If you're using a staff, that's willpower times 2. If you're using a tome, that's insight times 2. If you're using a bow, a crossbow, it's dex and insight, aim and shoot. If you're using a short bow, it's more dex and dex because you're pulling back and then aiming. They have a bunch of different suggestions for things that you can use, and then what they should deal based off of what they are, which I like a lot because it makes them meaningful.
And to answer the question that you might have, because I had it when I first looked at this chart, what the heck is HR? So when you do, like for a staff, willpower and willpower, let's say you had a 10 in both, you roll 2 10s, you get a 9 and a 4. HR means high roll. So you take that 9, you add 6 to it, that's your damage. You take the high roll, you add it, you add whatever this is and whatever other bonuses, and that's your damage.
You're going to see these in spells too, by the way. Spells can miss. Just miss.
Spells can miss. And you take your high roll and add a number. And usually it's much bigger than this, though. I've seen like 25,
spells,
30.
Yeah, because spells cost.
Yeah.
They are not cheap.
Yeah.
And I think that the main thing about this system that I love is that if you look at the damage bonuses on these items, first off, you can dual wield. You can, as long as they're one-handed weapons. And I believe they are both part of this. I forget how it exactly.
They have to be the same type. So if you have 2 hammers or 2 swords, 2 rapiers.
And so I think you make one attack roll and just apply the damage twice.
Yeah, so you don't get to have the high roll. The high roll counts as 0.
0, yeah.
On the
so it's just on both. So it's just counts as weapon damage. So if it's like high roll plus 6, then you just get to deal 12 damage because you're using 2 6 weapons.
Which is cool. Honestly. I like it. Although it does beg the question of like there are some interesting choices for these things when you look through all of them. All of them are either a different handedness or have a different damage bonus on the end. And the damage bonus is honestly usually going to be better than the roll. You're only keeping one of them. So that, especially with the two-handed stuff, like it's nuts how big these damage bonuses can go, especially when you get into there is a high fantasy supplement that came out, the High Fantasy Atlas, goes into making even cooler weapons than the ones that are in this, and like having antique or ancient weapons and things like that. And so going into that, it's very interesting to see like which ones are more accurate and which ones use might but also insight. I think there was one. Let's see it. Maybe not. But a lot of them.
Yeah, I don't think there is one in the default.
A lot of them, which I love,
Dex and Insight for Katana.
It's Dex and Might for most things. It's Dex and Insight for the Katana. That's the one I was thinking of. And for the Rapier as well. So these weapons are all like, there is a usefulness to picking one or the other. and they all have their own place to go for different characters. You can be a might fighter. You can be a dex fighter. You can be a might and dex fighter.
Yeah.
Because there are a bunch of weapons that speak to that. They're pretty good.
Yeah, including like heavy spear, which is like a whole lot of damage. Like it's what, 12 or something?
Yeah.
HR plus 12, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Like that's for your physically, capable character that you specialize 10 in dex might. Oh boy.
Which brings to another important point here, which is that in this game, that number is so important because you only get one attack a round. There is no multi-hit in this game.
Yeah,
if there is, it is. You really have to go out of your way to find it. I don't think.
Weapon Master.
So Weapon Master gets multiple. You can hit multiple creatures with the same swing.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Gotcha. Yes. Yeah.
It's not extra attack. It is choose two creatures instead of one, or three creatures instead of two. So you can hit the entire. You can do all cut or whatever it was back in Final Fantasy. You can swing across the three guys in the line and hit all of them once, which is I love. But it makes it so that there is a very standardized. Okay, you only get the one attack on a turn, and anything that talks about a free attack says explicitly, a free attack is not the same as your attack action, and you cannot dual wield on it. You must choose one weapon to hit with. So
yes.
There's a lot of different...
That segues into armor and defense as well, which this is different.
It is. Look at this. It is, if you have no armor, you are just using your dex size die for defense and your insight size die for magic. That is across the board. There is no version of this that says you can use your might for defense. No. You can put on a brigandine. You can put on an armor that just gives you a number. You can use a shield, which gives you a bonus. Sometimes 2 shields. We're going to talk about that class.
Yeah. But so when it says deck size and you got a D10, that's 10.
And in a lot of cases, you're going to wind up with a rogue having a better armor class than a knight. Because the knight's just going to be rocking steel plate.
Right.
The rogue's going to be sitting there with their D12 dex plus 1 with travel garb.
And they're going to be very, very dodgy.
And I think that also speaks to how these games tend to work, and that is that it's very similar to the MCDM current, maybe still, way that it's working, where, hey, your might defense is your HP, and your HP is based off your might die. The ability for attacks to miss you is based off your dex, and that is also old JRPG flavor, which I love, because when an attack missed you, it didn't miss you because you were wearing heavy armor. It missed you because you had a high enough movement that it did not hit with the accuracy. And also, if you want to augment your ability to block, you take a shield. You have a one-handed weapon instead of a 2. That's how you go about it.
Yeah, because shields are just bonus to your defense.
Yep, they are a +2 to defense, or if you find a special one, they're +2 to each.
And there are rules like, James, you mentioned it when you went down to the rare items and the creation of them. There are rules for making special items and things like that. So it's not just what you see. I mean, if you're a DM, it's not just what you see, right? As a DM in other games, going into a game master here, you can tweak these numbers. But I love that they have it in this book about how to do so.
Yeah,
it's nice.
Oh, it's so nice. It's so good. I do love it. And again, this is another one of those that I keep referencing this, and I think I reference it from Overly Sarcastic. It's a simple meal well done. This is there's not too much muss or fuss about this. These things are sitting in the range that you're hittable or not hittable for the entire game. The thing that goes up is your HP. They don't scale a defense score. They don't scale this or that. If you want extra defense, there's a class for that. You can take job levels in that class. Speaking of which,
can Say one. Are you about to jump to jobs?
No, please, by all means.
I was going to say, so what do you guys think about the number of points that we have for this game? Health points, mind points, inventory points, Fabula points, Ultima points.
Yeah.
Then you've got your bonds, which start adding. You have to know, I have a bond of 2 with this person. You've got your traits for rerolls, which based on Fabula. But I was like looking at it and I was thinking there's a lot of little numbers that do different things that you need. How do you guys feel about those?
I would dislike it if there was also the grid-based tactical thing that you have to think about, because then you'd have to think about movement along top of that. And I think that the reason that there's so many of those things is that they're, one, cribbing a JRPG, not really cribbing it. They're making their own that you can play anytime. But also they realize that in reducing the complication of tactical combat, they can increase the inventory management or the number management that you have. Like, that's the only crunch that this game has, I really feel, is the MP, because you don't normally have to worry about that. You worry about spell levels, and there's a whole lot wrong with that already. Yeah, way more complex. This is way easier, but there are a lot, you're right. So I think that someone who's new to it might... I think the character sheet and the presentation is very important here. Like, really important for you to find all those numbers, for it to be discoverable.
Figure out how many numbers you get at what point.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I haven't really seen a character sheet that's built out, though, past like level 10. So I don't know.
Here's what I'm going to say for my feeling on it, is that they've shifted the complexity. So, like Charles is saying, there's no movement, there's no tactical up, down, there's not... I mean, if this is bad, holy crap, Lancer exists. And the only reason that Lancer works is because CompCon exists. Because if you did not have or the amazing Foundry VTT plugins for it, because the community for the game is so good, this game, as I've seen, doesn't really have that. There are a lot of resources which I've put down in there, but the Roll20 sheet currently is... I mean, it's the thing. It is certainly, of all the Roll20 sheets I've seen, it is one of them. But I don't think that the numbers are where the game gets complex. I think it's in the job level or the class levels. I'm going to keep calling it
building.
Yeah.
It is in the every time that you gain a level in this game, you get a new... Sometimes you just add one to a unique thing you already have, but a lot of times you just wholesale get a new thing. And that is where I think the complexity is. But for baseline character, you have HP and MP and inventory points. You're already managing a lot less there than you normally would be, because you don't have a backpack full of stuff. You just have a number.
Yeah.
So that reduces complexity.
Yeah.
On top of that, you have your Fabula points. That's it. And then you have your modifiers, which are either class level things or the number of a bond you have in something. That's 5 things. The fourth one of those 5 things is a cheat for me to just say it's only one thing, because when we get into talking about these jobs, which I think is where we're about to go right now, it does not get uncomplicated. And I think that honestly, in my looking through all of this stuff, I would say that is the thing that I would say, Charles, probably excites you the most about this game.
It is.
There's
it 100% is.
There's some crunchy character building in this game.
The buildcraft is kind of insane when you think about it.
Yeah.
Like, whatever idea you have, you can probably get it to work. Like, anything JRPG that I could think of, it can be abstracted into these classes. So I think they did a great job.
Yeah. And then there are more classes that they made for the High Fantasy Atlas.
Yeah.
I'm not as much of a fan of those, because they are super complex and singular.
Oh boy.
Yeah, there's a dancer, there's an actual bard, not just the orator, and then there is like a war collegiate character. A war master? I forget what it's called. But it's basically they have a bunch of maneuvers.
Battle master time.
Kinda. a little bit more thinky, surprisingly.
Hmm.
So I'd say overall, just talking about the system itself without even going into the classes, I'm a really big fan of how they've simplified down what at its core a JRPG feels like and managed to
Right.
put it into something that does not seem like it's going to be a hassle to bring to table.
Hmm.
And I think that that's a very noble cause, because a lot of us like playing JRPGs and a lot of us like playing tabletop, but there is very little way to bring JRPG to tabletop without really hacking into a system very hard.
Seriously.
Oh yeah, yeah. D&D could not do it.
Yes.
Do you know something about that, Charles?
Oh yeah.
Or let's say if you want to make let's say if you wanted to make a critically acclaimed MMORPG that is free up until Heavensward, and you wanted to make a tabletop version of that.
So bad when all it's an old saying, when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. When all you have is D&D 5, everything looks like it should fit in it. It's not true. That's not true in any way, shape, or form. There are other systems, and this, I've mentioned it just yesterday on the 14 podcast that I'm on. This Fabula Ultima is what I would pick for Final Fantasy, specifically Final Fantasy 9 and Fabula Ultima. I think have such overlap. It's amazing.
It's a circle.
If you wanted to do a game in that world, oh my goodness, it's perfect for it.
It really is for that, for 6, for like a Skies of Arcadia game, to play Grand Blue, not the combat game that is out now, Relink, but like to play a Grand Blue CY game style, like the mobile game that they have. Playing a Tales of game, I mean, the only thing that you're really missing from the Tales of game is the comboing.
Yeah.
Which is a shame, because that's one of the fun parts of it. But it does so many vibes, and something that we're not even touching on, and I wish I had just made a big list of, but I got lost in the class sauce, is the amount of love for the old games that we played as kids and that still play as adults that is in this book, referencing at one point, just talking about villains. The author is like, you could even have your villain heal the party to full before they fight to be a noble. And I'm just like, I see your Ruby Conte reference. I see it.
Yeah. I know what you're doing.
I understand. Love it. I'm a little offended, but I love it. It reads like a fanzine for JRPGs, on top of giving you a bunch of ways to turn a tabletop game, even if it's not this one, into having a JRPG feel to it. It's a great reference manual for that on its own. And then there's also an amazing core system underneath, which I love.
Yeah.
100%. 100%.
All right, so classes then.
The best part.
The most daunting part.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Trying to build.
Okay, so let's talk about. So first off, something that they give us in this game is they give us a bunch of classic character templates. The reason that they do this is because you're not going to know how to build what you want initially without actually going and reading through every single class in this game. Don't worry, I did it, so you don't have to.
That's what we're here for. At least one of us every time we do this. I'm looking forward to the City of Mist one from you, Philip.
Oh, absolutely! I can't wait. I want to learn how to make one of those gatekeepers so bad. So with this in mind, we have let's start where we always begin with any of these games, with our chosen, our summoner, our arcanist. Sorry, Charles. Hey, you know what? I don't know if you guys see this, but I gave all of us little symbols on the thing.
Yeah.
I did not give you summoner. I gave you orator, or not order. I gave you lore master.
I'll take lore master. Thank you.
Nice. So I gave you lore master, Philip. I gave you dark blade, and I gave myself weapon master. So the arcanist is a class that is literally there to summon things and explode them.
Yeah.
That is its job. Your core mechanic, and I'm going to talk about this for the ones that have them. Arcanist does have a core mechanic, and that core mechanic is bind and summon. Bind and summon is you may bind an arcana to your soul and summon them later. The game master will tell you the detail for each binding process. Make it up yourself. Your baby's first summoning type system.
Mm-hmm.
But the mechanics to it is, if you start with this as at your level 5, you come with one free, so that you're not just out of one. But if you don't start with this, you have to find a summon first before you can do bind and summon, and you have to go through the ritual. And if you want more as an arcanist, you have to go through the ritual. So there's a whole bunch of crunchiness you can make into that if you so choose. And of course, it will more than likely be a ritual. Speaking of which, there's something interesting about the casting classes in this game. It is called ritualism. And all of the casting classes have it. Not all of the mind point classes have it, but all of the caster mind point classes, as well as the arcanist, which is kind of one and kind of not.
Yeah, kind of not.
Mm-hmm.
The main thing that this class does is gives you a bunch of ways to augment summoning your arcanum. And the arcanum is 40 MP to summon, which if you're a level 1, holy crap, that's going to be most of your MP every single time. Now, something that is not in this book that is very important to note is on the Discord. If you go to the Rooster Games Discord, where Need Games... it's not Need Games. This game is published under Need Games by Rooster Games, which is what Emmanuelle Galletto is a part of. And that is that they have made a new aspect to all of these Arcanum called Pulse. And that is on your turn an activatable ability you can do as an action while you have your Arcanum out, rather than just summoning it and having passive bonuses and then de-summoning it to deal massive damage. Because in this version of the game, that's all there was. I think people rightly pointed out that's not necessarily as fun as it could be.
Can I say something before we continue on with the classes?
Yeah.
So something to point out, what makes this class selection, not just the Arcanist, but all classes, unique, is that you start with probably multiple, right? Like you start at level 5, and you can pick 1, 2, or 3 different classes to start, splitting up that level 5. Every time you take a new class level, when you level up with the 10 experience, they give the first time you get a free bonus, like MP or HP. But then every time you take a new level, they have a specific skill, or a series of skills, 5 skills, that you can select. And each skill that you could select has a maximum number of times you can select it. So there may be, it depends on, everybody's different. For the Arcans that we're talking about, the bind and summon is 1. So you take it once and you're done. But then if you are like, say, the Elementalist, who does magical damage, there is one that you can take 10 times, and it is select an elemental spell. And so you can pick different spells. If you are a weapons, some kind of melee master, there may be one where it's got 5 levels that you can pick up for increased damage or, increased defense or whatever, but they have a set number. So you can't just do whatever you want. They have a set number, and you can only max out at 10, and they all have definitely more than 10.
Oh yeah.
They don't, I don't know that they all do, but certainly they have to, because otherwise you could potentially not have stuff to 10. That's very good to note. And also it's worth noting, like you said, every single class that you take a new class of, you get a boon at the beginning of it on top of getting one of the skills. And that is what I call HP classes, MP classes, or IP classes. I talked about it before. If you take level 1 in, I think it's 7 of the classes, you get MP plus 5 just off the cuff. I think it might
be... Arcanist is one of them.
Yeah, Arcanist is one of them. And I think either 7 or 8 of the others, it gives you HP plus 5. And then if you take Rogue, Tinkerer, or Wayfarer, you get plus 2 IP. So those are just free things that you get. Because you get such a great boost, a lot of people would think to power game and go and just take level 1 in every single class up to level 17. You can't do that. In this game, you are restricted to having only 3 incomplete classes at any time. You cannot take a 4th class until you have level 10'd one of those 3.
Which is called mastering.
Which is the mastery
which is a great idea.
Which is a good thing to do, because you get a mastery skill when you do it too.
Yes.
So there are reasons to get to 10 in something.
Yeah, and for an example, since we're on Arcanist, I think the one that I is a good example of leveling it multiple times is Arcane Regeneration. It has a maximum of 2. So let's say you're picking your first 5 levels, and you want Arcanist all the way through. Bind and Summon is one that you pick. Then you can pick any of the other ones. But Arcane Regeneration, what it says, and this is just everywhere in the book, when you summon your Arcanum, any of them, you immediately recover SL times 5 hit points. SL is skill level. So when you have 1 point in it, it's 5 hit points. When you have 2, which is the maximum, it is 10 hit points. All of them work that way. If you see on the screen, I'm sure you're on Arcanist right now. One of them, Arcane Circle, has a maximum of 4, right? So that's how you would do it. And you can see here that there's a maximum of 4, a maximum of 6, 2, and 2 1s. So that, what is that, 14 total? You can't take all of them because you'd master it at 10.
Yeah.
So you do have to build.
Which is nuts, because a lot of builds that are super fun revolve around getting 6 into Emergency Arcanum, because as long as you're in Crisis, the cost of your summon is reduced by 5 per level. And that is that immediately just slaps of synergy with Darkblade. Everything I see that says Crisis, I think of Darkblade.
Or Fury.
Or Fury.
Yeah. And Crisis is bloodied.
Half of your
Crisis
HP.
if you're bloodied. Yeah. Bloodied mechanics are great. And I love that this game has so many of them.
And because you cannot max out, like you said, this one has 14, it allows for for 2 players to have essentially the same job, the same class, but be different.
Yeah.
You know, if you take one caster, is definitely like that, depending on the kind of a caster you want to be, which spells you're selecting. But not only that, if you want 2 people who are weapons masters, there's enough that you could be different in what you're doing.
Yeah. Or you could dabble. You can just take Ritual Arcanism and never take Bind and Summon ever. So you can never summon one, but you know rituals of the Arcanism discipline.
Now, I will say,
that would be cool too.
In this game itself, one thing to mention, I think we already did mention, is that every magic class has a ritualism or a ritual blank of it, and those are all different, and they all unlock different ways of using rituals. If you want to summon the rain, like we were talking about before, cool. Are you an elementalist ritualist? If you're not, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Maybe you could argue that a chimerist could, because they're kind of druids, but by and large, if you don't have the right ritualism, you can't do it. Something that's worth noting, though, is that most of the magic classes, Arcanist is exempt, come with ritualism as a bonus freebie at the start. The Arcanist
and Arcanist is only... Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, please.
It's only different because you need to have a domain. So what I was saying doesn't quite work. You need at least 2 points, because you need to bind an Arcana to find the domain, and then you can do Rituals of the Arcanism discipline. If you don't have one bound, you can't do it. These are the things where Buildcraft comes in.
And that's why I'm saying, at least for Arcanist and for a few others, there are core mechanics that, just because there are core mechanics to playing as one of these classes doesn't mean in most cases that you actually have to abide by that in order to take things in that class. The nice thing about all of these classes is they're very plug and play for most of their abilities. The Arcanist uniquely is about summoning and summoning. So if you're not planning on being a summoner, don't be an Arcanist, because all of the stuff that it does revolves around making your summons stronger, making you able to cast things after you summon something, making you able to regenerate hit points or cast for less in certain situations, or, like you said, the ritual stuff, which is just, you have to have an arcane summon in the first place in order to do anything. So
I do like their example summons that they have, or example Arcanum.
I like them too. They come with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 examples of things that you can summon, and like half of them are elemental, basically, or damage type.
Yeah, at the very least, damage type, right? And that makes perfect sense because that's, of course, what you think about when a summoner summons things. There's a, they're a representation of some element, right? But it does say that you can create more and, the sky's the limit. But these are very interesting in that when you summon them, you get an effect. And when you dismiss them, you get another effect.
Yes.
Which is very cool.
And sometimes those effects are nutty. Like, Charles, I'm sure you took a look at the Arcanum of the Grimoire.
Yeah. Right. So by default, just to go through it, it's probably on screen. Arcanum of the Grimoire, if you were to take bind and summon, you can bind to it. So the domains are just like cleric domains. Those are the things that it can control or influence. So merge happens when you summon it. Don't know why it's called merge because you don't merge with it. That was really weird to me. I was like, so where's the merge action? When do I become it? You don't. When you summon it, you get this. You're able to read, write, and understand all languages, and you treat your insight if it was one die size higher. Which is
up to
already
a maximum
ridiculous.
of D12. It does say only up to a D12.
Already ridiculous. Already very stupid. That is very powerful. Very, very powerful. When you dismiss it, you ask the game master a single question, and the game master must answer truthfully, describing the visions shown to you by the grimoire. Now, I love that you have to answer truthfully, but it is a vision, so you don't have to be direct.
Yeah.
I gave you the vision. You didn't understand it. I don't know. I told you it. You wrote it down, but you couldn't figure it out. That's your own fault.
A light wind blows in the direction of the northwest. What could it mean?
Yeah. And yeah, you can only do it once a day, and you can't answer the same or ask the same question more than once, and blah blah blah. Right? It's very interesting because it has no benefit at all, other than treating your insight as one die size higher for all your spells. If you were to have spells,
There's also my personal favorite, the Arcanum of the Sword, which is domain conquest, heroism, and leadership. Your attacks deal 5 extra damage. All damage dealt by your attacks are treated as typeless, meaning they cannot have affinity or negative affinity to this damage. They just take it at the number that it is. Also, damage dealt by you cannot gain a type. And there's an interesting interaction that I wanted to look into when it came to the Darkblade. Because when you use your Darkblade, it says that your damage type changes to dark and cannot be changed out. But this says you cannot change it in the first place, so this overrides it.
Yeah, I would think so. When you're merged, I think it would override it.
Yeah. And when you perform an attack, you may have that attack gain multi property. If you do, it automatically dismisses this Arcanum after the attack is resolved. So you basically just get one big smack if you want one. That's your dismissal.
Yeah.
Again,
and go ahead.
Oh no.
I was gonna say, so that's interesting. So this seems like a caster class, right? It gives you MP for it. It gives you a bunch of abilities that are based on spell. Except the regeneration, when you summon, you get health back. And if you summon the Arcanum of the Sword, well, it helps you be a better melee person. So it's not just a caster. This could be a support for any melee types.
You can put it into any build.
And so I think that
this lends itself very much to Swordians from Tales of games, where everybody has one. They're all different.
And so I just think it's amazing, and that's why I say it's very daunting, and the theory crafting that would have to go into this. Having read through several of them, the biggest complaint I would say about this is you will run into things where it's almost like you can't foresee the future well enough to make the best. You'd have to do all 20 or all 50 levels, and then be like, oh, this here at 5 and at 15, they're bumping into each other. I need to rewrite that, or whatever. Like the one you first looked at that gives you makes your insight up 1 dice. Well, if you were going to be a caster, maybe you already gave yourself you went the D12, the 2 D10s, and the D8. And you're like, well, that's useless. Okay, maybe I need to make it the other way around first and make it a 10 so that when I have, And so if you don't pick this in the beginning, if you don't think about it, you're like, well, no, I'm kind of screwed on that aspect. It's useless. But you may not have taken that Arcanum to begin with, right? So
yeah.
And also,
that was my
there's also a lot of there's talk in this book, I think somewhere, or it's in the High Fantasy Atlas of there's just a whole other mess of Arcanum that are available, and then also, hey, if you just want to make an Arcanum, here's a blueprint.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think this is indicative of the good thing about the system and the bad thing. Like you're saying, Philip, trying to build is very in depth, and it matters the order, as you were saying. Like it's not just I can just pick this class and that class and do it in the order. Order kind of matters here, but the depth that you can get to, because immediately you said Darkblade and Arcanist, and I went, oh hey, it's a Dark Knight from Final Fantasy 14 because your summon is a steam or the dark part of you, right? Like that you can build almost any concept you want. Will it work? I don't know. I think that works immediately. But yeah, there are wrong answers. There are.
Yeah. And that's the one thing with was it 15, 17 classes that they have?
Let's see.
I thought it was 15.
15.
That plus, each one having 5 different skills to any number of maybe 1 to 10 abilities.
Oh yeah.
I'm afraid that there's probably no way to truly balance this game.
Sure.
There is a highest DPS class, right? Not class, but build. There's a way that you can get to something where you will do the most damage.
So the only thing that I would say is that having looked through all the classes, most damage increases come at the cost of changing your elemental affinity, and they are a pretty steep price typically if you are increasing your damage to the effect of like Tinkerers have the ability to infuse their attacks, but their infusions cost 2 IP each, and it's only for the 1 hit. And they get +5 damage. There is one class that is the max damage dealer. It is the Elementalist. We'll get there. They deal the most damage in the game. Hands down.
Yeah.
Because they have a pump ability.
Oh, wow. Okay. So yeah, I just think like there's, I'm afraid that people will look for that ultimate class that like, how do I make the best melee? Like what, I was like, you what, 7 classes I think is what you can have at most.
But I think the way that they help with that is by making it very situational. Again, there is no multi-attack in this game. You hit once a turn. The strongest class would probably be something like a combination of a Dark Knight and a Fury, if I'm honest, looking at it. And then having like the Arcana for sword, so that you can go through any damage resistances. That is probably the best damage dealer, but it is at the cost of being in crisis for it to be viable. Which is not optimal all the time.
Oh, I agree. Yeah. But like how many people like will look at characters where it's like, oh yeah, I do all of these things. And then once I'm down to below 20% health, I'm a 1-hit killing machine, So I just mean like, I'm sure there is. And not that that's a bad thing. I'm just worried that people will think that they need to be that thing.
Sure. Yeah.
You can be any character, any JRPG hero that you've ever heard of. You can make them in this game. And I think that would be great. And I'm afraid that people are like, well, but that doesn't seem like it would be good. I know this other they're going to be kicking ass all the time and I'm just going to be useless. I need to make this.
So,
which, as long as you talk to your table, but.
Yeah.
The main thing I would say about that is that this game's only win con is not damage. And it is very decidedly not only damage, which makes it easier to not have that sort of thing happen like it does in D&D, where the win con is deal damage.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
but
it would behoove. Yeah, it would be on the game master to put in objectives and clocks that, while the damage dealing people help the people who are doing the objective or whatever, you need both, and that's difficult sometimes. Though that is true.
Oh, and I agree that a lot of typical RPG players will come into this and be like, "What deals the most damage?" But if you run this like you're supposed to, they're going to realize soon that, okay, I'm the damage dealer for the team, and that's not the only thing that happens.
Yeah. As you were saying, when all you have is a hammer, it reminds me when I was trying to run a World of Darkness game. Having only played D&D, I took all of World of Darkness and tried to turn it into combats. You would go someplace and get into a fight, and you would win, and then go another place and get into another fight, or put skill checks in front of you. And it's like that's not the game. I'm doing it wrong. And also, as you said, the win condition is not dying. Healing in this game is going to be so much more important because you can't just be like, oh, here's 1 HP, you're back, keep kicking ass to the barbarian or the Sorkadin or any one of those weird hybrid words we've made up.
And that's the Sorkadin. Yeah, what a terrible word. But no, that's definitely another factor in this game, is that if the person who's like, I dance in Crisis and that's all I do, it's like, cool, is there a guardian on your team? Because you're gonna get beat up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Damage
Do you have
hurts.
someone who is a dedicated healer who is just going to keep you bouncing at that level?
Yeah. And if they do overheal you and you come out of Crisis, you're gonna get pissed at them. Like, there's a lot going into it. But just speaking of the Arcanists themselves, is like, it's already, there's so much flavor, there's so many abilities just in the defaults that they give you. There are more in the expansion, the Atlas, which we don't want to go into because it's a whole nother 200 plus page book, I think.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, I think so.
We're just trying to do this. But it's a lot of these Arcanums that are defaults they grant you resistance to the damage type of the Arcanum, and they make it so that any damage you deal of that type ignores resistance. That's like a baseline for these things. But there's also ones that let you get extra defense. The Treat Your Insight die is one higher, is super cool. The Arcanum of the Sword is just very unique and takeable by anyone. There's so many other things where they give neat effects that aren't just here's elemental, and there's only more to go with going on into the next stuff. The overall that I say for this is it's a great secondary class, and if they add Pulse in like they've been talking about, it'll be a great primary class. But currently it is only for summoning, and that's not viable, at least at low level in this game currently with what we're looking at.
Yes, it's weird just because of alphabetical order that they put the probably most complicated class first.
Oh, it's not the most complicated, I promise.
Oh boy.
We got a Tinkerer, my guy. That's 5 pages.
Tinkerer, yeah. Tinkerer is, yeah. And when I think about D&D, Arcanist, wow, why do I space? Because they are not making a new version of it. The Artificer is first as well.
Number one complex boy, does a lot of noodly things. But do we have anything else on the Arcanist? Or
No.
Hey Charles, I found your Blue Mage.
Yes, this is the Blue Mage. This is probably one of the better Blue Mages I've ever seen.
Oh, very cool.
Because it's the easiest, I think, Blue Mage rules that I have seen.
Yeah.
And it doesn't even start with spells. You just get them afterwards, but
you get one if you start with
you get one. Yeah, if you get Spell Mimic, you get one. But it's like, I don't know how they did it so well. Like, I don't understand why it's that easy. But it was.
Oh, no, you don't. I lied. You don't get it for free. You just get to pick which type you're going for, which is so cool.
You may have up to. Okay.
Yeah. So
yeah, you don't get it. Okay.
So it is specifically spells, and it is specifically beast, monster, and plant. So all the Blue Mage restriction weirdness that you're used to when doing this. But all you have to do is see one of them cast a spell. You can have it.
That's it.
That's it. It's that easy. There are 10 levels of this that you can take. This is your core mechanic as a Chimerist. Blue magic.
Yeah.
Well, if you specifically want to cast spells
you don't
with
have to take it.
You don't have to take. You can do what's 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 other things you could do, 8 other levels that won't get you any spells.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
and
I'm saying, like,
Go
when I
ahead.
say a core mechanic, what I mean is if this is what you're thinking of as your vibe,
Man.
you'll want to do spell mimic, because that's how you get
yes,
spells
yes.
with this class.
For sure.
Yeah, I agree.
If it is a secondary, I think consume is probably a
So
good idea.
Strong.
It's like, hey, would you like 10 MP every time you do a spell? If you have an arcane dagger or flail.
Mm-hmm. You hit somebody, gain back 10. You have to hit 5 levels in Chimeras and only do that in order to get that. That's not bad value on an elementalist high level late game.
No. Because you already have 5 mind points from the first level.
Mm-hmm.
You already have rituals by default, right? In the ritualism discipline.
Yeah.
But you could, if you wanted to, do the chimerism ritual, right? That you could do that. Or you could just take feral speech. You know what I mean?
Just
like,
be a
if
flavor
you
win all
need,
over the place.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But because we're looking at this, I wanted to look at some of the monster spells, right?
Okay. Do you have them up?
I do.
Mm-hmm.
So the first one that I see, just because I'm going through monsters, the first monster is Kate Sith or Kate Shi. I don't know the actual pronunciation. Yeah, Kai Shi.
Or Kaishida.
So it has a spell. It has a spell. Heat control, insight, willpower, 15 MP, 1 creature. You choose fire or ice. Until this spell ends, the target suffers 5 extra damage from all sources that deal damage of this chosen type. Immediately for Elementalist.
Mm-hmm.
It's for a whole scene. So 15 MP and you're doing 5 extra damage from fire if that's your main.
You have a magical swordsman too. Hey, why not?
Yay. Exactly. And that's a low level monster. Going towards the higher level one. Let's see. Who has a spell? Highest one with the spell off the top.
Real quick,
Yeah,
Kaishida, are they beast, monster, or plant?
Monster.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, so I just went to monsters first.
Yeah.
But a lot of the monsters don't have spells at higher level. Let's see, what's the highest plant spell I can find? Okay. From a cact roll, level 15 plant, you get moisture drain. Might and willpower +1, 10 MP, 1 creature. They suffer your high roll plus 15 poison damage, and you recover those hit points, half those hit points at least.
Yep.
So yeah, that's just 15 to whatever. Let's say 15 to 25 if you have a 10. You just have drain.
Yeah, you do. And honestly, like, except for looking at like the Entropist,
yeah,
all in all, a lot of the spell mimic spells are just kind of cooler.
Yeah. I mean, it's very true.
And the one thing that I as I was going through, I was like, Beast Speech kind of conflicts with spell mimic, but then I thought about it and I was like, no, it doesn't, because in this game they don't have to use it on you. So if you make buddies with a Kaishida and they're like, hey, you want to learn a spell? You're like, yeah, fuck yeah, I do. And they cast it on one of your friends to be a goof or something. But you learn the spell from them genially. You don't have to beat them up until they cast it on you.
Exactly. Like, I remember this is the one that I was looking for. So level 20 beast, a white howler.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
a wolf.
the wolf. Oh, no, this one.
There are 2 of them that are horrible and great, but lick wounds, 5 MP, self, instantaneous. The white howler, or you, recovers 30 hit points. 40 if you're over level 40, 50 if you're over level 60.
A scaling you will see in this game.
Yeah, so 30 HP for 5 MP.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Healing wind anybody?
And then the other one they have. Yeah, the other one that they have is, might, willpower +2 to hit. 20 MP, 1 creature, instantaneous. Target suffers high roll +30 ice damage. It ignores resistances.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Would you like an extra elementalist spell?
Mm-hmm.
You can have it if they use it, right?
Yeah. If you can find a doggo that's cool or very uncool with you, one of the two.
Yeah.
Pathogenesis, I will say, looking through all the things on this list, is the one I'm the most meh about. It is, if you deal damage to one or more creatures with one of your Chimera spells, each of those creatures that share their species with the creature you originally learned that spell from suffer poisoned.
Yeah.
I mean, that could be cool. It's just a little bit, for 1 point, to continuously be able to add damage. I can kind of see it.
Well, the cool thing about poisoned, the cool thing about poisoned is it reduces your might and willpower sizes by 1. It does not do any damage. It's a debuff. Yeah. But that means their willpower is lower, which means if you were going against, isn't willpower the
No, it's insight.
Yeah, that's right. So it doesn't lower defense. It does lower their power, though.
Because willpower usually is the backbone on most things. For example, and the other thing to remember about that's just ritual chimera. So you really do have to pick your when you take spell mimicry at the first level, you take
willpower.
All these spells say they are insight or might in these animals that you're doing, but that's not how you play it. You just choose whichever one you're going to do off the gate, and you go from there.
Yeah.
Which is fun.
I have a quick question. So it says, Chimerist free benefits. Right? Yeah. You may perform 5 MP. Second, you may perform rituals whose effects fall within the ritualism discipline.
Yep.
Yeah.
However, one of the skills is ritual chimerism. You may perform rituals whose effects fall within the chimera. It's the same thing.
It's not.
Yeah. It's
the same sentence.
Well, ritualism is a different type of magic. So rituals can only extract magic from an object, activate a soul circuit, sense the presence of magic, and chimerism rituals can enhance your senses, see through the eyes of an animal, quell the fury of a monster. So so every spellcaster gets ritualism, which is basically meta magic.
Can learn for their specific class, but most of them just get ritualism, which it's its own tag and very confusing.
Okay, so there are rituals that aren't based off of your class.
Yes, right. Exactly.
There are some rituals that just anybody who knows rituals can do. I see. Okay. Yeah. I missed that section when we were talking about it before. My apologies.
No, you're fine.
Oh, it's all good.
It's super confusing, actually. And the funniest part about it is that the Arcanist does not get ritualism at all.
Not at all.
They're the only caster class that doesn't.
Yeah.
Why?
So, no, it was good to mention because it is confusing, specifically when you look at Arcanist and then Chimerist right after each other.
Yeah.
100%. You're like, wait, what?
Yeah, because if you go back up to Arcanist, they just get 5 MP. That's all they get.
Yeah.
They don't get the ritualism. And you can only get that by choosing level 1 in one of the classes that gets it. You cannot unlock that through a skill point anywhere else. You can only unlock the ritualism of the class itself. Arcanist has its own ritualism. Chimerist has its own ritualism. Elementalist has its own ritualism that let you do different effects based on having them. So you'd have a character, I always come back to Lena Inverse because she works so well for the system and nowhere else, who is a polyglot. Yeah. But mostly what she does is she knows all the book reading for all the other spell types and then is very good at, in this game, it would be elementalism and entropism. And everything else, she's a mid-tier healer at best, and she is a extremely high-tier blaster, but also knows how shamanism works, how healing magic works, how all of these things work, and could perform rituals for those things given the time, but is not then able to cast the high-level spells that they can cast.
I see. Okay. Very cool.
Yeah. It's an interesting distinction that I'm glad that they did, but I do wish rituals were more impactful with the things that they could do, but I do know why they're not.
I mean, you can make them, you just make them cost more.
Yeah.
And then it's a question of, okay, how do you reduce the cost 500? How do you reduce it twice?
Yeah.
Then you get some real noodly shit. It allows itself to scale past what it grants, but it granting that in the first place is a good baseline.
Yeah.
That's mostly the Chimerist. It's blue magic. You have the ability to talk to beast monsters and plants, which is super cool in this game. Then you get rituals and you get consume. Consume, good for any caster. Takes a lot of points to get good at it, but you basically get a refund on your spells.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that it says that the Chimeras is like a shapeshifter. Would that just be through spell mimicry that it can find a shapeshifter?
Basically, it does not have a wild shape of its own.
Okay. Just thought that was because, I don't know if people notice it on the screen, but it says their main name, and then it's like also known as Chimeras, also could be a druid.
And that is kind of one of the weirder things about this one, but it's like, you open your mouth and a bunch of poison spit comes out because you know a cobra who taught you a trick. I guess you're kind of morphing, not really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know.
There are only two things in can eat and think. With that, let's move on to one of, honestly, my favorites, the Dark Blade. Philip, have you read this one pretty proficiently?
I read it and thought of some of the things that might, want to be mixed with it, but I haven't just done a lot of theory crafting with it now.
So I did say I feel it has a core mechanic, and that core mechanic is Shadow Strike. It is, you've learned to channel your vital force. You roll your might die. You lose that amount of HP, and then you add the number on that roll to your damage, and it turns it into dark damage.
Hurt yourself.
Yeah. It's Dark Blade.
Be Cecil.
Yeah.
Dark Knight Cecil.
Yeah. It's great. And there are 5 levels to it, and you can deal extra damage equal to, if this attack hits 1 or more targets, it deals extra damage equal to the skill level, as well as the might die that gets just added into the attack itself. Now,
and it points out that it's a free attack.
So the thing about that is,
because
the way that this game words things is very computer sciencey. The free attack is because you're using your action to imbue your weapon. So it's not
a double attack.
Yeah.
I saw that person.
Weird how they have to do that, but it makes sense.
Yeah.
It's not as complicated as bonus actions or reactions,
You will rarely to never, I say that, but you can actually. There are certain instances where you can use an action twice on your turn, but any action you take to do the attacking action, or any action that has an attack as part of it as a free action, you can usually only do one of those.
Yeah.
Very limited in capacity. So, but also very controlled, which I like. Because it's like, well, you can only make the one attack a turn, figure out what you're doing, and swing. Roll once, go. So that's the main, I would say, the main core part of that job, because that is very much you give up your HP to swing. It's Cecil's main ability. It is what it is. Let's see. What I noted about it is that this is not damage. This is you lose HP. So it's not like you can mitigate this by taking less damage. Just lose it. And then on top of that,
you would need someone to heal you.
Yeah, you need someone to heal you. And it gets you to Crisis. Pretty cool. And then once you get to Crisis, you have Agony and Heart of Darkness. These two skills combine to make the Dark Blade the class that likes to be in Crisis the most, even more than the Fury, because it actually has mitigating factors as a part of it. Agony has 5 levels, and as long as you have a bond towards one of the creatures you're fighting when you hit them, you recover skill level ×2, HP, and MP. Which, by the way, Dark Blades don't even have a way to spend MP. They only have a way to gain it.
No. Yeah. And in looking at this, you could, funnily enough, you can mix Agony and Shadow Strike and Consume, and all of a sudden be getting 10 hit points and 20 mind points back from a spell that you cast. Well, you need to cast a spell, but what I'm saying is when you cast a spell, yes, because Agony is just dealing damage, and that one's the spell, and you can do both. So you can do 10 hit points and 20 mind points. Why not? Why not?
It's a solid tech. And so here's the thing.
If you needed the MP.
But the thing with Agony, the thing to remember is you can only do it if you're hitting something you have a bond towards. It's where Heart of
Right.
Darkness comes in. One of the other core Darkblade abilities, when you go into Crisis, you just point at one of the bad guys you're fighting, you say, you I hate so much. And you immediately form a bond of hatred towards that target.
But remember, you can only have 6 bonds.
Yeah, so you got to keep it free.
You got to keep that free slot.
Or be willing to give it up. So you will forever be 1 bond less than, theoretically, than the rest of your team.
Which makes sense.
At the very least, yeah.
It is very much a ludonarrative win for the class, because it's like you're a little more detached because you just have so much hate in you. And it needs an outlet. Next one is Painful Lesson, which I love as a combo skill. It is, as after another creature causes you to lose hit points, you get a free study action against that target. And if you do, you get a bonus equal to the SL of this to that check.
Up to 3, yeah.
Up to 3, which has a weird synergy with the fucking Lore Master.
Yeah, you know.
Like I said, you have to plan this out to level 50 before you start. Session 0, tell everybody like what your idea is, and then plan 5 through 50 and come back to each other and be like, here's what I'm doing.
Which again is another thing that this game tells you is don't come to the session and say, I'm going to pick this class, this class, this class. You come to the session and you say, here's what my character is. This is their title, this is their origin, and this is their traits. Then you decide what to pick based off that. The game very much tells you, do not choose I'm Darkblade plus Fury plus this. Choose I am a condemned knight who broke a paladin oath or something like that.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
And then figure out with the classes how to massage that into an actual character, because it's doable. This game is very good at building your favorite superhero.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It's just knowing now. And that's the big thing that I've seen very little of online, is people actually talking to, okay, what do these classes do and how do I intermix them? So like, for example, Painful Lesson does great study action synergy, especially with the Lore Master, who has the ability to get extra stuff on a study action, which is nice. So besides that, the Darkblade comes with Dark Blood, which is just when you're in Crisis, you have resistance to dark and poison damage. Always nice to get resistances. I don't know how prevalent dark and poison are, but dark tends to be what big evil bad guys hit you with, so it's probably great.
Maybe. Unless they're creatures of pure light, right?
Yeah.
True. Fighting
Got the
angels,
tropes.
it's not great. Worth noting, this does not reduce the amount you take from Shadow Strike. Again, that is life loss, that is not dark damage. So all in all,
because if you could reduce it, then you would just be reducing the damage you deal.
Well, also true, because it only deals damage based off what you deal. So, the main notes I had about this is it's dripping with flavor, and I love the idea that this class can just ad hoc create bonds in the middle of a fight.
I hate you so much right now.
You are now the villain. It's like, I just got here. You're the worst. It's Tuesday. A big fan of this class. I think it has the strongest flavor value of most of the classes that I can see that immediately shows up.
And I think it's interesting because you can decide whether you want to be someone who plays in Crisis, so that you have your Heart of Darkness to do the bond with Agony, or if you just want to use like Shadow Strike a little bit in the beginning to up your damage and be like, okay, I'm at half health. I'm gonna lay off a little bit. Let me heal up
it lets you do HP dancing very well. It's the main class that gives you that. And it's also terrifying if you have a high might, because boy, that's gonna hurt. Also worth noting though, it only works on your might die, but it doesn't require you to deal a might weapon. So for all of the flavor of giant angry sword, you could have a rapier, you could have a gun, you could have any number of things. Well, I think it might be. No, with the weapon you have.
You could use a staff.
You
could be an elementalist using a staff.
Could be Percival de Rolo von Musical Percival something von Musical have just an evil gun.
Is that the long name for Lupin the Third?
No, it's from Critical. But yeah, no. So you can use a gun, you can use a bow, you can use a spear, you can use anything. Just infuse it with darkness and aim it at the person you don't like. Next class is the caster.
Yeah, your elementalist. You know, you gotta have them.
You do.
100%.
And they get ritualism, and they get 5 MP.
5 MP and rituals.
Yeah, I think there's some interesting stuff with them. Particularly, I mean, you can pick Spellblade flavor. So if you don't like your insight and willpower, you could change it when you're casting a spell to whatever that weapon was, which is nice. There's a few games that don't give you the option of being a Spellblade right off the bat, and it sucks when you do that because it's such a common trope, right?
It's cool. And
yeah,
I think even more than that, this game has so many options for being the Elementalist spell list.
Yeah,
is the striker spell list. You don't have to be a caster.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, like, the skills are up first, but I think the most important thing about Elementalist is the spells and that
magic.
Yeah, and that skill that gives you 1 spell per, every time you take it. But these spells are like, some of them are rote. They're just this, but that element. There's a few.
I actually did. If we want to just go over them real fast, I split up the baseline 2 main flavors of spells. You have your single target and your multi-target. Your single target spells are fire, ice, or bolt damage. They cost 20 MP. They are HR plus 25 damage to a single target and resistances. The multi-target versions of them can be in 5 different flavors: bolt, ice, fire, earth, or air. They are 10 MP times the number of targets. And you deal HR plus 15 damage instead of 25. And if you get an opportunity on the roll, which, by the way, all spellcasting that has the little offensive spell, all offensive spells have a roll associated. You don't just deal damage. There's no save. You're attacking their A defense. You get high roll plus 15 damage, and on an opportunity, you get an additional bonus effect.
Yeah.
Cool.
Usually a condition applied. So that's like 7 of the 10 spells explained.
Yep. Exactly.
But there's some other really good ones.
Yeah, giving people resistance to a certain damage type. Right. I like Elemental Weapon.
That was the one I was talking about for Spellblade, yeah.
Yeah. It's very interesting, and I know that it can be plussed up by other things, but I haven't seen much. I'm sure I will as we're going through.
It's mostly like, that is, if you want to be like a spell knight, that is your bread and butter spell cast of, oh, we know what the vulnerability of this enemy is. Blade is that now. Smack.
Yep.
And the nice thing is, it's another one of those, a lot like the Dark Strike. It says you cast this on your weapon and then you perform a free attack.
Yeah.
So the action is casting
Gotta
the
get
spell.
that free attack.
Get the free attack in. But no, there's a lot of flavor in these spells. Some of the best of which, Vortex is you get ranged defense. It's very, very Blade Dancer. There is the Ventus, which is the wind version of the multi-hit. Each flying target hit by the spell is forced to land, which is nice because if you have a melee weapon in this game and you're fighting a flying creature, you can't hit them. You're not allowed.
It's not going to work.
Unless you have Soaring Strike.
Yes.
Yep.
Go ahead, Philip.
I was going to say Blitzball. That one will hit flying targets.
Yeah.
Yeah, that will.
Thanks. I can't wait for Blitzballer to be the new job in 14.
And I mean, Soaring Strike is interesting because you can hit ranged, whatever, but it also adds 5 extra damage. for 10 MP.
But it
I
is
mean,
its
just
own
take
action
that
to
on
do it.
everybody. Yeah.
It's there's a Dragoon build in here somewhere, or a Valkyrie build is what they call it. And it takes Soaring Strike and I think maybe Vortex as 2 spells, just to be like, I have control over the wind. I'm a Dragoon. I jump, I go high, I smack, I come back down. No other elemental anything. It took Elementalist 2 just to get that.
Yeah.
Which again just points to how bolt-on and noodly this game can be. It's great.
Yeah. Anything else? I mean...
Oh, yeah, we need to talk about Cataclysm.
Yeah, Cataclysm is the biggest one, I think, other than that.
Yeah.
Would you like big booms?
You like...
I always love... Wait, what?
What were we talking about again? But yeah, so what it does is when you cast an instantaneous spell, and only instantaneous spells, if you have an arcane weapon, so a staff, a book, blah, 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 you may increase the spell's total MP cost by skill level up to 10, or up to 3 times 10 mind points. So if you want it to cost up to 30 more, that's cool. That's 5 extra damage to each creature for every 10 mind points you increase. So 15 extra damage from spending 30 mind points.
And you'll note that doesn't say Elementalist spells, it says spells.
Nope. Spells. Yeah.
So I can very clearly see why they say you can't have more than 3 unfinished or unmastered classes.
Yeah.
Because you just pick all the best.
You just be like, I want 3 from this and 5 from this and nothing to 10. Screw that. And it's like, no.
Yeah.
Calm down. And in fact, if you're playing this game, what I would recommend, to speak to what you've been saying this whole time, Philip, pick 2 classes, save that third. Do not jump into a third yet until you figure out where your character's going. You go, all right, these 3 things are going to be my core, because until you get a level 10 in one of those things, which is down the road, you can't pick anything else. You could really put yourself into a corner build-wise. Although, there's no bad classes in this game, which is nice.
Yeah. You could definitely run into a point where you're like, man, I don't want these last 2 abilities from Elementalist. I shouldn't have gotten that one. I should have focused on my, my
Darkblade or whatever.
Yeah, Darkblade instead. That would have been, so. But I still think you could definitely find ways.
Yeah. The other thing to remember about Elementalist, though, is, like I said at the start, this is just my opinion, but the core mechanic in it is elemental magic. Unfortunately, Cataclysm, Magic Artillery, Ritual Elementalism, and Spellblade are all really good. You add them all together, that's already 11 points.
Yep.
Yeah.
You cannot choose nearly enough of what you want to choose out of Elementalist if you're going to be a magic-y boy. You absolutely have to decide, either I'm going to be really accurate with my shit, I'm going to be really painful with my shit, I'm just going to have a lot of spells.
Yeah.
And so you could have 2 people both being elementalists, that have focused in different aspects, and they're completely viable. They're completely different. They're not going to be like, I'm going to step on your toes. I should find a different way to do this. No, you're good.
There's no way.
I mean, maybe you both wanted to be Spellblades in the beginning, talk about it and be like, okay, I'll go Glass Cannon, Cataclysm, and just magic,
I mean, you can easily be an elementalist that knows no elemental magic.
And just has all the boosts.
Yeah, you just all the boosts, and then you get a couple spells from somewhere else.
You just come out with entropy, just like Dark Blade. By the way, that's a cajillion debillion damage to your face. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Entropus is next, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it is. So I think we've talked about the Elementalist pretty strongly.
Yeah.
It is the class that gives you all of your standard blaster stuff, but it's also the class that augments blasting in general to the best that it can be. We didn't really talk about Magic Artillery except to mention it briefly, but having 3 levels of something that can give you +2 to your 2 hit on magic.
Yeah.
That's insane in this game. +6 to hit is halfway there.
Oh yeah.
So there's there is not enough levels of Elementalist to go around. Everybody who goes into that is going to end up sad at level 10, just like, oh, I could have saved one more with this pin and sitting there, Schindler's List on the railroad tracks. Entropist. Charles, did you talk about this?
Sure, I can. I mean, Entropist is kind of an interesting time, but also space mage. Almost then luck. They kind of put it all together.
He's noodly. It's a noodly mage.
Yeah, very noodly. So
would be used for a Dark Knight because of like the dark magic.
Yeah.
Like if you wanted to have the dark blade that knows magic, this is a good one.
Yeah. And especially because, it gets you take your first level, you get your 5 MP, you get ritualism. The first skill is so Dark Knight that it hurts. It's after you suffer damage, you may immediately recover skill level up to 5 times 2 mind points.
Yeah.
Like when you hurt yourself, that counts.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, no.
Yeah. You suffered damage, did you not?
You didn't. You lost life. The verbiage is very different.
That's right. That's right. That's very right.
That's one of those that the Dark Strike or the Dark Blade Strike ability, Shadow Strike, is very specific. You don't take damage because you could mitigate that. Lose health.
Yeah, that's right.
Gotcha.
So you would have to use it would work with Painful Lesson, which is when you are caused to lose hit points. Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so you'd have to figure out a way around that.
Still great.
But yeah, so then you get your skill to get magic, right? We'll go through their spells in a bit.
Yeah.
I love Lucky 7 because it's kind of divination wizard. It's just, so what happens is you have a lucky number at the beginning of each session. That number is 7. Once per scene where you perform a check, you may replace the value shown on one of the die with your lucky number, even if that's impossible. Even if you rolled a d6 and you can't get a 7, don't care. That is it. But if you do, the replaced value becomes your new lucky number. So it might behoove you to go down when you know you're going to work to take that 10 to put it on something else you never would be able to make.
If you roll a check and you over succeed to the moon and you're just like, but I want to cash that for later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once per scene,
I didn't need a 12 on that D12. Let's drop it to a 7. I'll still succeed.
Yeah. And now I can roll a 12 on the D6 when I need it.
Even
it's
better,
really cool.
Opportunities for this.
Yeah.
Oh, I see a 7. I have one of those. Now I crit.
Yep. It's really great. And it's really thematic when you think about luck. Like, I think it's because of the way that this system works, I think it might be more effective than Divination Wizard is.
Yeah.
If you had 2 of them, it'd be too much. Too much.
Yeah.
Too much. That would be too many.
I could not see what it was that qualified for how many scenes you're supposed to usually run in a system.
Oh, sure, yeah.
But I would imagine you're hitting at least 4 to 5. At least.
Yeah, I would think so.
And with that being the case,
yeah,
it's just hands down better than fiction.
Yeah, absolutely, because you have a cutscene in the middle. You fought something, and then there's a villain scene, and so the next scene, you're back. Right? And so this scene, you can't use it, but once per scene, you can replace it, right? It's really interesting because it's not going to be 7 then, it's just going to keep going.
Yeah. What did you trade it for? Did you trade it for a 2? You have a 2 in the bank. What are you going to do with that?
Yeah. I don't know.
But you can also, even if you know you're going to fail.
Yeah.
Right? Like you rolled something, you failed. Well, one of them was a 6 and the other was a 1. Making any of those a 2 isn't going to fix it. Well, I'll put it on the 6. I already failed anyways, but now I've got a 6.
Yeah.
So you have to be strategic with it.
Yeah.
Or even better, hey, I got a 1 and a 12. I'm going to succeed this check anyway, but I would like to get more Fabula points. Let me steal that 1. I'll hold that for when I want to fumble something rather than using a trait or a bond, and I'll just throw that in there, not have to think about it. Then I'll pull out whatever I had instead.
Yeah, there's just so much play there.
I think
it's just... Go ahead.
No, you were talking.
Oh no, I'm just saying it's just a 1 point skill.
Yeah.
Like what?
It doesn't even have to be on a caster class or anything. That is
No.
literally the other name for this class is Gambler. And
Yep.
Lucky 7 is so Gambler it hurts. Just like, I'm just gonna fuck around with numbers all the time while I'm over here. Once per scene, I'm just gonna switch it up. Who cares? You know, rerolls and that.
Yeah. Yeah. Then you get ritual entropism, so you can do entropy rituals. That's cool. Stolen time is another very interesting one that people might just discount because you're like, I don't care about debuffs. But during a conflict, you may use an action to interfere with the flow of time by spending up to skill level times 5. It can be 4, so you can spend up to 20. For every 5 that you spend in this way, choose one option. Creature you can see suffers slow, which I can get to that in a sec, or one creature you see recovers from slow, or one creature you see can immediately perform the equipment action, which is changing out their gear for free, or choose one ally you can see who has yet to take a turn, and they can take their turn right after yours. Remember how we were so happy about MCDM and hesitation is weakness? And the shadow being able to take their turn whenever? Well, screw that. The Entropist can go, no, you go after me.
Yeah. Five-player party, Entropist goes first, spends 20 MP and just goes, get them, boys!
Because interesting for this game, I don't think we talked about it. The initiative is just the initiative roll determines which team gets to go first, and then it's a 1-for-1 player, enemy, player, enemy, player. So so this one would allow you to double up, although
quadruple up.
I don't know. I mean,
you just choose all of your teammates and say everybody. All of you go before. Also, I don't think does it say you can only choose. It says each option can only be choose. Okay, no, you can't. Sorry, because each option can only be chosen once per use of the skill. So you can't just gang rush, but you can play around with the combat at the start in such an interesting and great way, especially paired with certain rogue ability that exists in this game.
So for every 5 mind points you spend this way, choose one option. What keeps me from choosing one ally with 5, another ally with the next 5, another ally with the third 5?
I think you could.
Each option can only be chosen once per use of this skill.
Oh, the last line. Gotcha.
Yeah, the very last line. I didn't even notice it until now. I thought this was just everybody at the front of initiative. Let's go. Yeah. No, you can't do that, sadly.
But you could. One person gains slow. One person gets to fight next. Another person gets to change their equipment.
Yeah. Okay. And what slow does is reduce your dexterity size by 1, your die size. So,
which is your defense. So.
Yep. So stolen time is very cool and potentially encounter tilting.
And also not a spell. It's just an ability that costs
not even
mind points.
Yeah.
You get ritual entropism,
their spells,
which is about the noodliest ritualism that exists.
Absolutely. Like the description is cause the decay of physical matter, twist the flow of time, teleport creatures or items. Okay. Yeah.
Just teleport people around.
Disturb the flow of time. I'm sorry, what?
Exactly how? I mean, whatever you think of, if you roll high enough and GM says it's okay, then you can. And if it doesn't do the specific things that it can't do, like do damage or remove status effects or, gain HP, MP, IP, Fabula points, Ultima points, that's cool.
But what happens if it fails?
Yes.
And thus was Avalon removed. I'm sent back into the mist, never aging for the present.
I can just see it. You're like, we needed to get this thing before it wilted. Well, hold on, I got it. And you just end up fucking it up. It never existed in the first place. Or, it's going to be here in 2 weeks. Sorry. We got to come back in 2 weeks because it's going to...
Yeah.
It's my bad.
Oops.
Oopsie. But their spells are even great.
Yeah. Oh, I wrote down with stars around it. All of the fun spells are here.
All of them. Literally all of them are here. Like haste. Remember, you can only Only have one action? Nah.
I kept saying only one attack per turn, and then I remembered that Entropist existed, and I was like, in most cases, only one attack per turn.
Yeah, you can have acceleration. And the cool thing is, it lasts for the whole scene, but there's no concentration in this game.
Nope.
You don't have to concentrate on haste. And it just gives them a total of 2 additional actions within that scene.
Yeah.
So it limits it so that it's not too crazy. But it also gets rid of any, I don't need to keep that note. That's you. I gave you haste. You can do it 2 times. I don't need to think about it anymore.
You spend one turn to get somebody 2.
Yeah. Yep. I'm not concentrating. That's just what's happening. The end. Which is so cool. I mean, they can make you absorb damage, right? Like they can twist your weaknesses into absorption. Like, you know, you can get imbued weapons. You can literally dispel things.
Divination.
Yeah, divination is really cool. You glimpse, so it costs 10 MP yourself, lasts a scene. You glimpse into the future until the spell ends, which is the scene. After a creature you can see performs a check, if it was not a fumble nor a critical success, you may force that creature to re-roll both of their die. You can do it twice within the cast.
Again, an Entropist is just a better divination wizard.
Absolutely.
10 MP.
You're just messing with people. 10 is so low. And like then you do damage, you get 10 back.
Yeah. What does maybe I missed it. The red lightning bolt?
Red lightning bolt is a spell attack.
Offensive.
You have to roll your spell damage, which is insight willpower for an Entropist.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So
yeah,
anomaly,
so it drains. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say anomaly is after a alter the very nature of target until the spell ends. If target would suffer damage of a type they absorb or are immune to, they're instead vulnerable. Fire demon. Burn for it.
Yep. Burn for it. One time and then it ends. But like that's really powerful. So we got drain spirit. You know, you drain mind points. That's fine. You drain HP from people. This is literally, you put this with Darkblade and you have a Dark Knight. But Gamble is hilarious.
Oh, in my notes, I just wrote Gamble.
So this is why you're a gambler. This is a spell. MP up to 20. You'll see why. Target special. That always makes me sad. Anytime I see target and it's special, I'm like, I don't want it because I don't know what the fuck it's going to do.
In this house.
No, I don't want wild magic.
Time mage, it's fine.
So you summon a vortex of chaotic energy. You roll your current willpower die once for every 10 mind power spent. So up to 2. Up to 20, so up to 2 times. Then you keep the single die you prefer. What does it do? Well,
unless you want to make it a 7.
Yeah, right? You could. So if you roll a 1, you lose half your current hit points in MP.
Yeah.
Whoops. Don't roll a 1. 2 to 3, each creature present, including yourself, is poisoned now. 4 to 6, each creature present, including yourself, suffers slow. Ow. 7 or 8, choose up to 3 creatures you can see. Each of them recovers 50 hit points and recovers from all status effects. Yeah, I'm saving my 7 for that.
And I unmake all the damage you had. Here you go.
Yeah. And then 9 plus, any number of creatures you can see. Any number of creatures you can see. I had to say it twice. Each of them suffers 30 damage. Damage type is determined randomly from rolling a d6. I don't even care about that because this is not an offensive spell. You didn't have to roll to hit.
No.
If you get a 9 or higher, everyone you see suffers 30 damage.
It is.
Everybody.
This spell is so fucking weird and I love it, but also it's terrifying to me.
Yeah. Oh boy. You want to spend 20 to get the 2 die. Because if you're stuck with the single die and you don't have your lucky number, you're probably losing half your life or being slow. You know, like it just, wow.
But at least everybody is. Everybody loses dex or everybody loses might. It's not just, and by the way, it does not have a roll or a save. You just have it happen.
It just happens.
What What if everybody kind of chilled the fuck out for a second? I am tweaking out.
Yeah.
Then we've
It's
got,
like, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say we really should talk about the other spells too, because they don't get any easier.
No, mirror. Would you like reflect in an actual
One-time
tabletop
reflect.
game? God, that is so crazy already. Because you don't need to roll anything. It just happens.
I think my only sadness with this is that it doesn't let you wall master this shit by reflecting it off of your friend to hit them.
Sure, yeah.
Because it is always going to be
whoever
casts the spell gets targeted.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think they do still have to make their attack.
They do. They have to hit themselves, yeah. Yeah.
It's only once,
Omega.
but damn.
Yeah, so Omega is the next one. You invoke Doom on your foe, turning strength into frailty. They lose an amount of hit points equal to 20 plus half their level, which this game gets up to 50 pretty easily. Well,
there
not
are enemies
easily,
that are
but you
higher
know what I
than
mean.
50.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Owie. And that does have to hit. It's an offensive spell that you have to roll to hit, 20 EMP. You get stop. So one creature, you can just make them do 0 actions. Well, 1 fewer action to a minimum of 0. But you just go, no. Nah.
You have to hit
I
with
don't
it.
think so. You do.
But still.
But that's nice
You do.
because champions and elites, I think, in this game get multiple actions per turn. And so you can
okay.
Basically what you're doing is you're doing the Octopath Traveler equivalent of, you don't get that turn on this round, you only get your other turn on this round.
Mm-hmm. And the last one is Umbra. It's AoE, so it's 10 times the number of targets that you want to hit, up to 3. Storm of dark energy turns matter into ash. It just sounds cool. Each target hit suffers whatever the high roll was, plus 15 dark damage. And if you get an opportunity, each target hit suffers weak as well, which will lower their die. Yeah.
I think weak is the one that reduces 2 dice, possibly.
I think it is as well. Let me see. I got it here.
There's
weak
one for
is,
one in the other. One for both.
So enraged is reduces dexterity and insight. Poison is might and willpower. Weak is just might.
So poison is strong. Yeah. So maybe I shouldn't be so.
Poison is very strong. Might and willpower, pretty good.
It's just one of those things where it's like getting to it is, I don't know. I guess I devalue it unfairly because I'm used to poison in D&D where it's a mechanic from 1 to 5, and then after that everything's immune to it. Who fucking cares?
Yeah, who cares? Won't matter.
But it is.
But that's Entropist, and there's we're talking about buildcraft. There's so much buildcraft with Entropist. You could just take one of these spells and put it into your kit and just be amazing. Like, you can be an amazing healer if you can also stop, right?
Yeah.
Like, you can divination, and oh my goodness, it's just so good.
Yeah. The main thing I said about this for the overall that I had on this class was the spell list is very interesting. There's nothing but unique spells here, and most of them are super cheap.
Yeah.
10s and 5s mostly across the board for some very interesting effects.
I think we're approaching halfway. No,
we are.
Guardian is halfway. Yeah.
Fury.
Next up, Fury.
Yeah.
So this is the one similar to, I guess, what D&D would call the Barbarian. But yeah, this another up close and personal melee type. Maybe has some synergy with the Dark Blade. Not Dark Knight, but the is it Dark Blade?
It's a Dark Blade. It has a smidge of synergy with the Dark Blade. Yeah.
Yeah. So they get hit points 5, and then weapons and armor. As long as you are in crisis, half health, you will deal up to your skill level times 2 extra damage. Skill level maxes out at 5. And this can be with anything. It doesn't have to be it's just an attack, a spell, arcana, items. Anything that deals damage can be up to 10 points extra damage if you're below half health. So I'd be great for Frenzy. Your accuracy checks with brawling, dagger, flail, and thrown weapons trigger a critical success whenever both dice show the same number. No longer does it have to be double sixes or greater. Just any double number now creates a critical.
That's powerful as all hell.
Yeah. It can't be a fumble though. So double ones would fail you still.
Yeah, so 2 to 5, which is, what is that? 4 extra numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Indomitable Spirit. When you spend one or more Fabula points, you get an additional benefit. Choose one option. You either recover the skill level times 5 hit points, maxes out at 20 hit points.
Yeah.
Or you recover 20 mind points, or you recover from a single status effect of your choice. So were you weakened or poisoned, you could get rid of that.
I think that one's really powerful too.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, on any class.
I really do. Just going back real quick to Indomitable.
Sure.
No, it is
Adrenaline.
Frenzy. The hypercrit.
Frenzy, yeah.
Now it does
it turns
require
every number except ones
Mm-hmm.
into a crit, which I think is amazing.
Now worth noting, it does say brawling, dagger, flail, and thrown weapons. So it has to be a damage attack with one of those items. So it can't be. You can't cast spells. You can't.
It couldn't be a spell.
Yeah, but
I mean, could you not with Spellblade? Because it uses the chosen weapons accuracy check.
Hold on. When you cast an offensive spell's total block. Bow, brawling, dagger, flail, spear, which is pretty close. Weapons equipped. You may choose one of those weapons. If you do, the magic check for the spell will use the chosen weapon's accuracy check.
Yep.
Is that the specific verbiage on Fury?
Yeah, your accuracy checks on brawling, dagger, flail, and thrown.
There it is.
Trigger a critical success.
There you go. You can get a critical success. Now, again, remember, criticals do not deal extra damage in this game.
Yeah.
They are cool.
They are cool, but yeah.
They give you they give you something extra. You have succeeded no matter what it is. You could roll double twos. You succeed from now on. You get that extra benefit, that thing you get to request.
I'm immediately thinking of an elementalist who uses brawling and has frenzy and spellblade, so you can be finally the monk that D&D will never give us.
I think
multiple elements, go for it.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. It's better now than it was, but
because the monk is
provoke.
Yeah.
You can use your action and spend 5 mind points to perform an opposed check against any creature and describe how you taunt them. If you succeed, they suffer enraged and is compelled to focus their attention on you. Their targets anything they do must include you if it's multiple. This compulsion ends if you fall unconscious, leave the scene, if the creature is no longer enraged, or if they are successfully provoked by someone else. And there's a bonus to it from the skills, but that one is great, mate.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes you a tank, right?
Oh yeah, no, I love provoke. I'm saying that it having 5 points in it feels silly. Because you already get a +1 for just taking the skill. I guess it's good to hedge your bets against things that are stronger than you, but by and large, you're gonna look at the little mage man and say, "Come here, you little bitch," and they're gonna go, "Get away from me."
Yeah.
You're
So it is just a way to help guarantee. And then last is withstand. If you perform the guard action, which allows you to block incoming damage for another character. If you choose not to provide the cover to the other creature, you can instead recover hit points equal to the skill level, which maxes at 5, multiplied by the highest strength among your bonds, and choose might or willpower. You treat the chosen attribute as being 1 die size higher, up to a d12, until the end of your next turn.
It's worth noting, the guard action, what it does in its entirety, and it would be good to go over the things that you do in combat, but let's not go back to there. You gain resistance to all damage types regardless of their source. Whenever you perform an opposed check against another creature or character in the scene, you gain a +2 bonus to your result. You may also choose to cover another creature present in the scene. If you do that, the creature cannot be targeted by melee attacks. So, you already get those first two benefits, and this is something that we see a lot. We're going to see it again with the sharpshooter, and I think there's like one other class where you can take the guard action and ignore the protection that you would be doing to instead do something really cool.
Yeah, to aim.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
To prepare, yeah.
For theirs, I think it's you get the guard action, and then you get a free attack on top of it.
Yeah.
Which is just real nice. It's just real. But this one is amazing because it's you get resistance to all damage. You choose not to cover someone, and then you just recover hit points.
Right.
And
so somewhere between
increase.
5 and 15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, so my guess is, so that's if you were, so assuming, let's go with Fury being a melee class on this one, probably choosing Might. So that's saying now anything that you do Might-wise is now a dice higher than it was before for just this scene. So, yeah. A great ability, but will you already have this dice maxed out?
So if you do, you can always pick willpower. You're not going to have both. If you do, then don't take this skill. But if you're going Fury and you're planning to, don't max out both them.
Yeah.
But you get to, if I'm not mistaken, levels 20 and level 40, you get to dice.
But I think it's up to 12 max, right?
Yeah, to 12 max. So you could,
so if you did the, what is it, like, so I don't know, like, that's what I'm saying, like, it could get real weird. Sometimes you could get some of these abilities that just sort of run out of, like, how to use them. Because if you put a 12
too much.
But just having a psych up ability like this, so cool.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And, it just helps you, like, you get into combat and you start doing some stuff, you start to get surrounded. Okay, guard, because you've been provoking people, you've been helping, you've already got low health because you wanted to get into a frenzy. Or I'm sorry, not frenzy, but adrenaline. And so you just, I need a moment, I need to catch my breath, heal up a little bit. And then, take another turn.
Super great. I wrote down that this whole class is just raw combat power. It's what it does. It gives itself a lot of strength going into fights. That is super cool. I love that Indomitable Spirit is a Fabula point booster. I love that it gives you a giant chunk of healing if you so choose, on top of doing the Fabula point. I just wrote down that it has great Dark Knight synergy. This class loves to live in crisis too, and it has super good abilities to mitigate if it's going too low.
Oh yeah. And next up we got Guardian.
Yep.
May I?
Go for it.
I wrote down Guardian, HP 5, martial armor and shields, which, by the way, something we should mention. Some of these classes, it looks like you're getting two martial things. They're not always the two same ones. Fury, you get weapons and armor, no shields. That's the only melees the only martials we've seen so far. Guardian, you get armor and shields, no weapons. But I wrote down shield. You like shield? Have more shield.
More shield.
There is no real core ability to the bodyguard or the guardian class as far as I see. This has a bunch of very good utility tanking, as opposed to the Fury, who does a lot of provocation and saving of themselves. The Guardian does a lot of saving of the other classes. The bodyguard is the guard action, adds resistance to all damage types to the person you guard, rather than just
which is cool.
Yeah. You then get defensive mastery, which I would say is probably its core ability if dual shield bearer. Which is as long as you have a shield or a martial armor equipped, all damage you suffer, you have DR equal to what you have in this skill. Just straight up. Anything you do reduces before applying affinity. Which is also great, because if you have a vulnerability to something, it takes it off beforehand. So then you have dual shield bearer, which is essentially, hey, wield a shield in both hands. That's a +4 bonus to your defense and possibly to your A defense, depending on what shields you're wielding. And you can hit with them. You can hit with it for a HR +5 physical, which is kind of low damage, but not when you consider that you're dual wielding with shields. And it deals extra damage equal to your skill level in defensive mastery, which is arguably what you're going to max out if you take this class.
Mm-hmm. So you're going to be doing HR plus 10.
Yeah, HR plus 10.
Yeah.
The Fortress permanently increases your max hit points. This is the class that gives you a hit point booster.
Mm-hmm.
Then you get Protect, which is you swap into the damage for your ally. It did all of that to say if someone is about to get hit, you can take the hit for them. If you are also going to get hit, you get hit twice. It's cover. It's cover from Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's any. There's a lot of language to it, but it's basically just talking around loopholes.
Yeah.
You may declare the use before or after the check has been made, which is nice because you can see how high the damage is going to be before you go and eat it.
Mm-hmm.
Then, yeah, that's basically the same. And you resolve both instances separately, so it doesn't stack and then half your reduction.
Yeah.
So, Guardian good at block. Guardian love shield. Shield good. Have 2. 2 shield better than 1.
Yep.
This is arguably the class that is going to have the most armor in the game.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And just dipping into it, I don't know that that's a great idea. I think that it's really purpose built. If you're not the tank, you're not going to look at this. I don't think. I just don't see why you would, which is fine. But it's just to supercharge your tank ability. This is what this is for.
Yeah.
There is no tank like a Guardian in this game or defending your allies. The Fury is good at getting focused, but the Guardian is good at just no selling any that comes anywhere but you.
Yeah, I can definitely see this as you would, if you were going with a fighter soldier type, you would max this out. This and maybe Fury at both.
Also, you would forgive Protect for saying, and you can only use this once per scene. No, it's once per turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, which is really great. And can trigger all of your I took damage things, you know.
If you have one of those. And since you resolve it separately, if you're also a part of that damage, you can trigger it twice.
Yeah.
So,
why not?
Defensive proc character extreme. This is very good. Very fun. And for something that is usually a very boring kind of job type.
Yeah.
It gives you a lot of things to do while you're guarding. I like it a lot. Next up, we have Lore Master, which is a Mind 5 job.
Yep, that's what you get. Mind 5. You get 5 MP. Enjoy.
Master.
I can go through them.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
So, Flash of Insight is your first skill, right? So when you roll a 13 or higher on a check performed to investigate a creature, item, or location, this includes using the study action during a conflict. This is why we're talking about synergy with study before.
Yep.
You may ask the game master up to your questions 3 because it's skill level and you can get up to 3. Concerning the subject of your investigation, you may ask these questions immediately or save them for later. Whenever you ask one of these questions, the game master will answer truthfully and you will describe your character's deductive process. You can only use it once on the same creature, item, or location, though.
Seems fair.
And
yeah, so it's I figured it out.
I believe you already get questions answered on an investigate check, typically.
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
So this is just
I'll check it.
More for the pile. It's great. Good times.
Yeah.
You like knowing as much as you possibly can. You like having the GM have to answer your questions. This is the class for it. You're the lore master. You're the book reader.
Yep. You are the book person. So the next one is focus. So would you like more MP? This is how you get more. You get up to skill level times 3. You can have a maximum of 5. So you can get up to 15 MP. Now, when you perform an open check using insight and insight. So open checks are a little different than everything else. And it's just that it's not opposed.
Yeah.
Right? You can't do an opposed check with this. But if you're doing an open check versus a difficulty level, With double insight, you gain a bonus equal to this skill level. So you get up to 5 bonus on that, which once again, we've said with the numbers, 5 is a whole lot.
Yeah.
It's a whole lot.
It's 15 at max. This is one of the things I was calculating in to figure out how big you could get your MP.
Yeah.
And getting something on top of it besides just MP, gravy.
That's just great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just great. I wouldn't have expected it.
No.
The next one, which is really amazing. Knowledge is power. When you perform an accuracy check, you may replace one of the attribute die with insight. Just straight up. So if you're like, you know what? I don't like might for a war axe. Can I do insight might? Yeah, you can. Every time you do an accuracy check, forevermore once you have this skill.
1 pip. That's it.
That's it. 1 point. That's all you need. And then all of a sudden you could really change the way most weapons work. Because I believe magic is a magic check. Weapons are an accuracy check, so you can't use it on magic.
Something spellblade something.
Exactly, right? Exactly.
Wow.
And then you only have one of those abilities that you have to have at a 10, and you can keep the other one in your spellcasting ability, and you'd be gravy. It's great. It's really cool. Anyway, I keep thinking about the build craft, and it's just so much.
Yeah.
So the next thing is quick assessment. At the start of a conflict, you may spend up to skill level times 5 mind points. This is 6 maximum, so 30 mind points. Up to 30. For every 5 that you spend, choose one option. Once again, this is a similar one to that. Choose a creature you can see, and the GM reveals one of their traits, or name a damage type and choose a creature you can see, and the GM reveals that creature's affinity towards it. So you can just go, all right, GM, I'm spending 20 mind points. Those 4 things, tell me if they're weak to fire.
Yep. That's
there you go. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, well, I guess
right?
you could just ask for 4 separate individual things, but usually you're going to fight in packs. So you say that individual wolf and that turtle man who looks like there's 2 or 3 of them. It is literally the scholar's ability from Octopath Traveler. You just roll up into the fight and you go, what are these guys weak to? Cool.
Yeah. And if you are also an elementalist, there you go. You already found your way. And this is not an action.
No.
This is very important. It's at the start of a conflict.
Rock up in the club
before you even roll initiative. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's pretty powerful. I thought it was an action first. That's why I wanted to mention it. I was like, yeah, it's okay. But it's not. It just happens at the start of a conflict, which is great.
Trigger. It costs NP, so, you know. But
yeah, it does.
If you have Lore Master at any significant level, you're going to have at least 15 gratis.
Yeah. And then I think the most flavorful and cool one is the last one, which is Train Memory.
It's so good.
So you can perfectly recall the details of any scene you visited within the past week. And you can go back in time with your mind in order to examine and investigate such scenes again. And your Flash of Insight skill will apply to these memories as well. So that's the skill where you were at 13 or higher. You can ask questions. So you can literally go, yeah, when we were in the villain's lair and everybody wasn't paying attention, what did I see? All right, well, we're going to go back and you get to investigate it right now.
So fucking cool. I love it so much.
It's
Not
great.
even that.
Sherlock.
I mean, the way that it says it is like, but what if I look under this pile of books? Here's what you find.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't see it, but you're allowed to rock through the room again and just look around.
It's fucking insane. This is a very utility. You can tell that most of this does not do anything for your actual combat ability, but it's such a multiplier when you think about it to anyone who wants to help out the team or anyone who wants to be better at a one weapon, or using a weapon, even though you're a magician. I don't know. I think this is going to be very common on most spellcasters, at least for focused.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. It is.
Yeah.
Wrote down overall for this MP boost, only class that gives it. Insight monster, the class, and then I just wrote in big letters, learn.
It's like Team 4-star and dodge.
Yeah.
Just learn. Next is orator, which when I saw that even in the bookmarks, I went, tactics. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It really do be like that sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
This is an MP5 class, nothing else. This is not a caster.
That's all you get.
Yep, not a caster, no spells.
No, so they get their skills are condemn, maxes at 4. You can use an action, spend 5 mind points to perform an opposed insight and willpower check against a creature that can hear and understand you. So, can't be like beasts unless you're a chimera.
Yeah.
Describe your accusations. If you succeed, the target loses the skill level times 10 mind points and suffers dazed or shaken. And you gain a bonus to the skill level of your check based on this skill.
Yeah.
This is terrifying.
Yeah, that's anti-mage.
You start yelling at people and they forget what they're doing.
It's so anti-mage because it could be up to 40 mind points. My goodness.
That's already a Fabula point as a DM or a GM that I would have to spend to recharge that mage you just fucking drained.
Completely.
Also, they're shaken or
or
dazed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Depending on which stats of theirs you want to lower.
Yeah.
Next up is Encourage, maxes out at 6 skill points. During a conflict, you may use an action and spend 5 mind points and choose another creature that can hear and understand you. That creature recovers the skill point level times 5 hit points and choose either dexterity, insight, might, or willpower. They treat that chosen attribute as being 1 die size higher till up to D12 until the start of your next turn. So it's not for whole combat, but still, it's a heal and a boost.
It's Bardic Inspiration, what they were trying to do in 1 D&D, but better than what it was in 1 D&D in the playtest. Like, this is really great.
So yeah, it's giving someone 30 hit points.
So strong. It's a Fabula point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Oh no, Encourage.
What it heals. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying like it costs a Fabula point. No, it's just 5 mind points.
No, that's the
not a whole lot.
5, so low. You got 5 from taking this 1 level to take Encourage. You got a free Encourage when you took this.
Next up is My Trust in You, maxes at 2 points. After another player character who is able to hear you performs a check, you may spend 1 Fabula point and invoke one of their traits or bonds in order to let them re-roll dice or improve the result of the check, following the normal rules. Then you have a bond towards that character. They recover skill level times 10 mind points. So instead of you having like, I failed this, what trait will work? It's like, hold up, I got the point. I got the Fabula point. I'll help you hopefully succeed on this and have a little extra MP while you're at it.
You spend your Fabula point to trigger their Fabula point.
Yeah. You basically roll up on them and go, hey, your daughter wouldn't like that. You probably should do better. And then they go, you're right. Oh, God. Yeah, I'm going to do better. Thank you.
Yeah, and then, if you've got a bond towards them, which, I mean, theoretically, after just a few sessions, if every rest you're going to start building those, you're going to have a couple. So, yeah. Give them back mana. Persuasive, maxes at 2 skill points. When you successfully perform a check to fill or erase sections of a clock, which I think this is the first time any character has done with the clock, right? If your approach relied on charm, diplomacy, deception, or intimidation, you may spend up to skill level times 20 mind points, so either 20 or 40 mind points. If you do so, fill or erase an additional section of the clock for every 20 points you spend. So either slow down or speed up 1 or 2 pips of the clock.
On top of your already successful check. So you remove or fill 1, and then you remove or fill 1 to 2 more. It's like, wow.
I love this ability. It's
If you've got if clocks are going to be a big deal, which we talked about what they are, and as long as the DM keeps those in, this is a great support. Somebody should have it.
Yeah.
And last but not least, Unexpected Ally. It's a single point. You may use an action and spend 1 Fabula point to choose a non-hostile creature able to hear and understand you. If you do, that creature becomes helpful towards you so long as you are kind and respectful to them, and your requests are reasonable.
Yeah.
So just gain an ally.
Yeah, and this is why you need Chimeras to be able to speak to beasts and monsters and things, because it's like, after that, I can just talk to anyone. Literally anyone, and be like, no, don't fight me. And they go, okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Sure.
It's
pretty useful.
This entire class is just Order has a lot of low to the ground utility, and it even has a lot of cheats. It just cheats at things all the time, and it has great support. The idea that you can use your Fabula points for other players to specifically give them a Fabula point and then give them mind points on top of it.
Yeah. I mean, seems incredibly helpful, incredibly supportive.
You failed that giant magic check that you spent 50 mind points on, Elementalist. Here, go ahead and recover 20 of those and also roll again, because why not?
Yeah.
Because I love you. Me love you long time.
It's like, and then just put it all together because you decided to be an Entropist as well. So you go, oh yeah, re-roll it. What'd you get? Was it a 7? All right, well you got double 7s now because I'll let you replace that.
Can Entropists use it on not their rolls?
I don't think they can use the luck, but they can force someone else. Yeah, they can. You
can have the re-roll force. Yeah.
Yeah, you can force the re-roll, so you can do both. Yeah.
10. That's got to be eroded later.
Right. So it's like it's a force multiplier for all the support there is. Really cool. And you could just heal just that way. Like you don't need any other heals if you can spend an action and 5 MP to recover 30.
Yeah. You play with MP like it's nothing with this class. You don't even use your own, really. You use 5 here and there, and you just say, hey, but what if you had like 40 less MP and also felt like an idiot?
Yeah.
Oh, did my friend on their turn fuck up? Try again, man. I believe in you.
Yeah. And you use once you start, because I don't know how much MP you're going to have at the early levels, depending, maybe 15 or 30. You've got inventory points, give yourself an elixir, and you get your MP back.
Keep going. Or hit someone, with something and recover that way. A lot of different stuff you can build into this. But this class is not bad to take for anything in this game. As long as you are good at insight or willpower or both, just go ham. Just if you want to be the face of the party, this is the skill. This is the skill tree.
Yes.
Next up, we got Rogue.
Oh, so good. So rogues are interesting because the rogue is one of the inventory point classes. You get +2.
Yeah, the first one we've talked about.
Yeah. This is the first one. They are really backloaded in this list.
Yeah.
The rogue, what I put is your core ability is Soul Steal. You want to be using Soul Steal, and the reason you want to is if you use it on a soldier, you regain inventory points, which is always sick because it's very hard to do. But if you use it on an elite or a champion, then you get a soul treasure, which is very wibbly wobbly up in the air what you're allowed to use that for. But you get something that's worth this much money, you just get to keep it.
Yes.
It's mug, or it's not mug, it's steal. You can't mug, but there are some items, I believe, some homebrews that I've seen that are just like once per combat. I was thinking of like glove that's like once per combat you mug.
Right.
Deal damage, and if you deal damage.
And the target's level, it's target's level multiplied by 30 for how much it's worth. Already, that's a whole lot. But 50 if they're a villain. So much money are you going to be getting?
You are going to be doing the thing that you used to do in all of the old Final Fantasies where you roll up to the fight and your thief goes, all right, I don't get to do anything until I steal from this guy because he has a Genji sword and we...
Yeah.
You know it.
Sitting there, what was the name of the Duke from Tactics that you needed to steal all of the items from?
Oh my goodness.
The vampire.
I want to say Zalbag, but I know it's not.
No, but
no, it wasn't him.
It was that Alucard looking motherfucker that you fight in that game, and he's got the two ladies that punch you to death. Get rid of them.
Yeah.
Then you just gather around him because he's got all the Genji gear on him. You want that gear, so you're sitting there just stealing to your heart's content until it works.
Just strip him.
Yeah. Meanwhile, he's using samurai skills and beating your ass.
Yeah, it's very cool how they implemented it into the game, because stealing and mugging and whatever, it's such a JRPG staple.
Oh yeah.
I do, however, wish that it did some damage.
Yeah. I think that's where you get an accessory that does that for you.
Yeah.
Because that's what you had to do in the games too. You had to find the mugger's glove that let you also deal damage with it. Even then, it'd be so strong if you just got to do that every turn.
Yeah.
Because it's already.
I mean, I would. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's already a soldier. It's an IP recovery on on the skill level, and the skill level goes to 5. So you punch.
Yeah, but you can only steal from each person once, so you wouldn't do it a second time to the person.
Not that person,
so
but if there's 3 soldiers in this fight and my friends are low on
I'm
health,
do it for each one.
Steal item, steal item, steal item.
Yeah. I remember reading the one above it earlier.
See you later.
See you later. Yeah, it seems weird to me. Like, I mean, it's cool. It's very on theme, but I don't know. See you later. You may use an action to spend 1 Fabula point to vanish from the current scene, reappearing whenever you want during a different scene in which another player character is present. Describe.
Now, I love this because, Charles, do you see the programmer brain that went into that?
Yeah, in which another player character is present. Yeah.
You see why they did that, right?
Oh, yeah, because of the fucking cutscenes.
Yeah, because of the villain cutscenes. You can't just pop up in the villain cutscene and be like, hey, yo, steal, run.
Just eating popcorn in the background. How'd you get here? Oh, it was a whole story, let me tell you.
Oh, bro, let me tell you. First off, Soul treasured that motherfucker that we didn't know about. Turns out he has popcorn. A curse blade. It's pretty sick. I can't let go of it.
Yeah, kind of sucks. Anyway, I'm out, and then you spend another Fabula point to just disappear from there.
Piece the fuck out. Yes. It's absolutely hilariously fun, I think.
Yeah. But so
what's the use?
Yeah, but what's its use for really? Like I guess if you have
you don't incur consequences. You spend a Fabula point as opposed to going to 0 HP, and it doesn't tell you, but you do have to use an action. So there is that. But it's escape from combat.
Yeah, but it says then you reappear during a different scene.
Yeah.
So in my mind, the team is somewhere, they're doing something, and if stuff goes bad, you peace out, and then you have to hope that now that one person down, they can still succeed at whatever they were doing, and then you rejoin them.
Yeah.
I guess if everybody gets captured, what was it, surrendered?
Yeah.
So, it would be a party wipe, except you were able to see you later. And then you're like, well, wherever we go next, I'll show up and lockpick them out of their cages.
I feel like the one thing I would ask for from this, I mean, that's the idea, I think, is that you are allowed to, at any point, and it says you can show up specifically in scene with other player characters present. So if the fight goes south, the rogue can peace out and then reappear to save everyone, which is very much part of that's Locke as fuck. That is exactly the kind of stuff he would do, where he's just like, oh, this fight went south, I better break everybody out of jail. Where's Celis? I need to go save her.
I guess I see that making sense. I was thinking also of if you had a split party, they go 2 different places and you just disappear from one and reappear in another.
That's the other thing, is you could scout ahead or do something else to split the party. And then when you're off doing your thing, if you catch shit and you're in trouble, no, you're not. You're not there anymore. The one thing I would say that I wish this ability did is it did not require you to spend an action and once a scene, which basically you can only do it once a scene anyway, because once you do it, you're out of the scene.
You're out of the scene, yeah.
So I mean,
I wish it wasn't an action.
it has so much versatility, but the only problem is you have to have your turn. So if the dude's about to clobber you and it's on his turn, you're like, well, fucked. You have to really
as long as you survive. Yeah.
But having
just
that,
have to live.
Having that Naruto style moment where like the sword is coming directly for your chest, and then you see a smoke cloud, and after it runs you through, it's just a piece of it's the log there. Like that would be so sick. I wish that ability had that kind of flavor to it. It tries to kind of do it. But the other thing to remember is it's not just a conflict scene. You can piece out of any scene you don't want to be a part of. So if someone's asking you rough questions for your character, you just say, how many Fabula points do I have? Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Smoke bomb.
Exactly.
Hey, you might have stolen something from me. Might I have? Interesting. Let me check my pocket. Oh, smoke bomb.
Oh, I would be such an asshole.
Yeah.
Be like disappearing from scenes where the whole party is and just showing up in the romantic scene. Like, oh shit, I'm sorry.
So good.
It's another player character. There's at least one. Yeah.
It's definitely flavor more than function, but it could be used for function. It's just one of those things where you have to really be ahead of the ball to know. But if you want to be ahead of the ball,
you'd have to be one.
Yeah.
Let's talk about high speed.
Sure.
Low drag. At the start of the conflict, you spend 10 mind points. If you do, choose one option, apply it before the start of the first round. Perform a free attack with a weapon you have equipped. Perform a hinder or objective action. And you can also gain a bonus equal to SL to all checks you perform as part of this option. So, conflict starts. Lore Master goes, this guy's weak to this guy has this trait, this guy does this, and this guy does this. The rogue says, got it, stab with a fire dagger.
Yeah. Or got it, I can't do shit about that guy. I'm going to hinder.
Yeah.
You know?
Hinder, by the way.
Got it.
Hinder, an amazingly strong ability. We didn't really talk about because we didn't go into the actions. But when it comes to checks that you can perform, check. Dang, I can't find it. That's okay. I'll go back. But hinder is really strong.
It's in actions, yeah,
it's in actions, but I think it like reduces
it. So you perform a check, DL 10 against an opponent. If you succeed, you inflict dazed, shaken, slow, or weak.
So you can reduce one of their dice.
Yeah,
just off the cuff.
Yeah,
it's a post check, but it's still great. Then there's dodge.
Chance.
Dodge
Would the objective action include the steal? Could you use that objective action from high speed to do the soul steal? Okay.
The objective action is its own specific action that interacts with whatever clock is on the scene.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, right. For some reason, I thought that was called a clock action. Gotcha, sorry.
But also, no, it's usually an objective action.
Okay.
But the other thing is you can pair this with Orator. Run into the room and there's a bomb and just run up, defuse it.
All right, we're good.
Got it.
All done.
Also, I'm out. Bye.
Yeah. Oh, did I do my part?
Just disappear with
delicious
the bomb.
Hump and floats into the floor. I love the concept of just a rogue just eating their Fabula points and disappearing.
Yeah.
You're having a difficult time with me? Damn, that's crazy. Oh.
Bye.
Dodge, great. Just bonus when you don't have shields or martial armor equipped, your defense score gets increased by cell. This is the dodgy equivalent to the Guardian's absorbing.
You can get up to 15 with a rogue then. Maybe a little bit more because maybe one of those armors gives you 1. Non-martial might give you 1. I don't think so though.
The traveling close gives you +1.
Okay, so then you can get up to 16 defense. Why not?
It's great.
Not bad, not bad.
Then finally, my least favorite one is Cheap Shot.
Yeah, least favorite?
Yeah. It's if you hit a creature with an attack, if they're the only target and they're suffering from one or more status effects, you have it deal extra damage equal to SL plus the number of status effects. It's a backstab, but it feels like it takes a lot of
setup. Yeah.
Or dedicated setup.
You'd have to. Yeah, you'd have to start with high speed.
Yeah.
Right, high speed to hinder somebody.
So I mean, that's good, but just attack them twice. Probably more.
Yeah. I could see you somehow. Go ahead.
What do you mean attack them twice? You only get... Because high speed is at the start of combat. It's not your turn.
You get a free
it's
attack with a weapon of your choice at the start of combat with high speed.
Yeah, and you can perform... and you mean just do the weapon and not do the hinder action.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
like if you have a group that actually does do a lot of status effects, it can be good.
Yeah.
It's late,
for sure.
light, and it's if they're just sitting on effects.
I mean, if they already have 2,
it's good. But also remember that villains can just eat Ultima points and clear their conditions.
True. But I mean, the faster you make them do that,
the better.
The faster the battle is over, or they cannot escape anymore. You know.
Yeah,
it's definitely a threat.
Yeah, exactly.
And there might be rare things that will give you status effects. If the GM makes them.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
So
I'd like a weak dagger.
Yeah, that's true. There are some weapons that do like shaken weak, things like that. So there's stuff that can do it. You can combo it into things, but it's pretty expensive to do so. I'd rather just put Soul Steel.
Yeah.
All in all, though, I love this class. This is very fun. It's got a lot of flavor to it. See You Later is, I think, the standout ability from it, just because it's so odd.
Think you would max out this ability, or do you think you would make this as one of the non-maxed?
Oh, you mean the rogue itself?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, dodge is great if you are a no class. High speed is great for anything, because 10 mind points to get an extra attack at the start of a turn. Say less.
Mm-hmm.
And also having the ability to do hinder or objective and be an insight-based class, potentially, like insight dex is what this feels very strongly. That's just good.
Yeah, I could see someone, if they mastered this, going dodge, high speed, see you later, and then the rest in the soul still, which would be 3.
Yeah. And that's my problem with Cheap Shot, is it doesn't feel like something that jives with the rest of the class. It feels like this oddball thing where it's like, well, we have to put a backstab in. It's a rogue. Like,
yeah, I see what you're saying.
You didn't have to. There's other things you could have done with it. It's fine. It's not bad.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's better than I think it is, because the conditions are so big in this game.
I mean, otherwise you'd have to drop See You Later or have like 1 level of Soul Steel, because I mean, honestly, do you need a bonus?
It's true.
It's your dex willpower versus magic defense.
The main
but
reason,
you do want more inventory points every time you do it, though.
That's the main thing, is fighting against any soldier, you can just swipe inventory points off of them. Having at least 2 to 3, that is really...
Yeah.
Oh, also, this is a low
it's
power
like
class.
See You Later or Cheap Shot goes away. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right.
Let's wait. Does it have to be weapons for Lore Master? Yeah, accuracy checks. Damn. Not accuracy steal, is it?
No, it's
just a check.
It's just a check against magic defense. But that's it. I mean, you could lower their magic defense, and then
I mean, honestly, like, backstab was rarely a thing in JRPGs. That is mostly a D&D / Western RPG thing. Steal is the thing that we know in JRPGs, and that is gorgeous on this. I love it. Let's... This one, we get 5 HP, and we get martial ranged and martial shields. No armor, no weapon.
All right.
Or no melee.
Convince me that this is a good class.
Oh, do you not think so?
No.
Okay, so this is essentially the Weapon Master ranged version. The coolest things that I think that this does is it gets barrage, which means that you can target 1 extra enemy with your range shot, which is good. It gets crossfire's fun, but not necessarily great. It gets ranged weapon mastery. Weapon mastery is great because it's the only way to increase your accuracy.
Yeah.
It goes by SL, and it's up to 4.
Yeah, so up to 4. Which is nice. 4 bonus.
And this is, let's see, Hawkeye is the guard action one. So you take it, which means the vibe is basically you're off on the grassy knoll, essentially. You're down, you're guarded, and you're going to do your free shot from safe. But once you've done that, you're also only going to deal HR 0.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, depending on the bow you have, could be pretty disgusting either.
Yeah, so either you let it go with HR 0 or you keep it to the end of the current scene with up to 10.
With extra damage applied. So either you can do the guard action and not guard somebody and basically set up for a sniper shot, or you can be in melee and do a fire off real quick while getting resistance to all damage, which is what guard does for you, and then it gives you a +2 to any checks. Then you treat your high roll as 0, but you still manage to do a free attack on top of being defensive, which I love all of these guard modifying abilities. I think they're great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that sounds really cool.
Now, Crossfire, I like because it's when you see someone perform a ranged attack, you can spend their accuracy to deflect it with your own weapon. Which, that's just sick. And also, I'm pretty sure it doesn't care again. It says fail automatically against all targets. So if a bowmaster is fighting you and they shoot multi-4 at your entire party, the sharpshooter just says, nah.
Yeah.
Blocks it for everybody.
Yeah, it's just, how many mind points are you going to have if you're focused on sharpshooter?
I also have written down here, I hate weird math.
Yeah.
This system does not like weird math. And when you have me rock a 17 MP to do something, I'm off balance now for the rest of the fight and the rest of the game, because it deals in 5s. Everything comes in 5s. And for me to not have a round to nearest 5, I mean, I guess it's nice. I like having that extra 2 MP, but it's not worth anything. It's like having pennies these days. I'd rather have a nickel.
Exactly. Like there's not much to do with it.
Me too. Most math, really.
It's to me, I feel, and I'm going to say this right now, this is my trauma. I feel like I've been failed by every ranged bow class in most TTRPGs, in which they can't make it interesting somehow. Like, I'm thinking about the Ranger in D&D 5. Let's not even talk about how bad that was.
But it was
good
continues
to be sometimes. It was great in 4, but for some reason, like, they just missed the mark about ranged attack. And I hate
that you've done this.
This is fine. Like, I get, like, the barrage, it can be useful if you combine it with stuff. Crossfire is great for jamming. Hawkeye is good if you want to sit still and do the damage on the next turn. But only 10 extra damage? Man, I'm pretty sure that I'm doing 10 bonus damage with my bow anyway.
Yeah, would it be better to just take 2 shots rather than to get the bonus damage?
Maybe.
I think the thing about it is, if you're taking a lot of like chip damage from a bunch of sources, having the guard action up is actually super strong. One of the things that is very undervalued in games like Lancer is your ability to negate or half damage that's coming into you. And this game is... Now, I will say, where are the martial weapons? All the basics.
Oh,
these are rare.
Where are they? They are... Yeah, martial items.
It's just things like that's where like the lance or the pole arm, the heavy pole arm.
They have the red next to it.
But
so a pistol is a martial weapon.
Okay.
So
gun.
I'm going to look for the bows and guns. Yeah, so a pistol is a martial weapon.
Okay. Is that in the 120?
130, yeah.
30?
So the pistol is HR plus 8.
Okay, here we go. We have basic, and then we have firearm cap. It doesn't say it's a martial. Oh, it's the star.
It's a red thing, yeah. But yeah, so you have your crossbow, which is HR 8. You have your short bow, which is HR 8. You have your pistol, which is HR 8. That's that. So, I mean, 10 is going to be one attack. Like, you're not going to... If you rolled a 1 and that was your high roll, you missed. Period. Because you rolled 2 ones.
Now,
right? So...
I will say, as a point to your favor on this, Charles, they don't seem to have many martial ranged weapons besides the gun.
It's weird.
Which doesn't seem right.
Yeah,
No,
because
they
where
do.
is
Okay,
the
so
longbow?
sample rare bows. All these bows are
Okay, so
so these rare bows are all martials, and they are
okay,
Siegebreaker, which is Dex Insight HR plus 12. A lot of all
so
the
they go.
martial bows are plus 12s,
Gotcha.
Okay.
and you only unlock
So it's
those if
2
you
more
have
damage.
this class.
Yeah, there's the only way to use them.
Yep.
And I see that there's like Gatling crossbow and Dragon trap bow and things like that, but it's
Wow.
just like you're starting to rely on the item that you found rather than the class that you are.
Sure.
And that's a problem.
Let me also
Yeah.
remind you that because of this, something that is undervalued on paper but would definitely come into handy in the actual game itself is whenever a ranged weapon you can't hit flying creatures.
It's true. It's very true.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It gives you a niche, but there's just something missing about the archer archetype in this game. I feel now you could add to it, right? You could be an elementalist, so you're an arcane archer. You could do Entropist, probably works pretty well with it a little bit at least. You could do other things, but I'm just like the base class itself. I mean, one of the bows gives me multi-2 anyway. Why the hell do I need to spend 2 mind points to get multi-2?
It goes up to 3.
It does go up to 2. So it can go up by 1 if you already have the multi-2 bow.
Yeah. And that is the only way to really multiply your damage as a martial is to get multi on your weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing that I will say is template for template, the sharpshooter is just the ranged weapon master.
Yeah, that's really it.
I would say it's pretty much pound for pound, except for Crossfire is a super cool skill that I don't think the weapon master has. And Warning Shot
they get counter, that's about it.
And that's only if you do it. And it's HR plus 0.
Yeah.
But the Warning Shot is deals 0 damage.
Yeah.
And either inflict Shaken, Slow, or lose mind points.
Mind point.
Yeah. That's cool. Anti-mage, for sure.
Yeah. But expensive. There's not much that's expensive in the tree, though. Barrage is cheap. Crossfire's cheap.
Yeah. Yeah, so like when you're looking at can I master this? You take Barrage Crossfire, you have 8 more. You take all 4 range mastery. And then, I mean, why not take Hawkeye and Warning Shot just to have them?
Yeah.
But like they're not as compelling, you know?
I could see that.
I
would say definitely on a game without a grid, why am I ranged?
Yeah.
I can see
what the fuck am I doing anyway?
But I imagine that there is a decent amount of flying enemies that would beg to differ because you literally can't hit them with your sword. And there is very little recourse if you can't, which I guess that's how they answer the range versus melee niche. But it feels
magic
does feel
yeah, magic can do it too.
Magic can too, but magic has a cost. Melee and range do every turn.
For yes, you're saying
But no, I see your point because it's such an abstract. Whenever you had like Rosa with a bow, it's like cool. I can set her in the back row.
Yeah,
that was about the most you got out of it.
Yeah, and you know, I think that it'll shake out when playing because sharpshooter has to be combined with other things anyway.
Just like weapon.
And I haven't really started to think, right? But it just, I don't know. There's something about it that makes me feel like, once again, it's kind of linear fighter, specifically ranger, quadratic entropist, and elementalist. You know,
the entropist is out here doing different kinds of math. That's not
true.
The elementalist has the ability to do like one big swat, and then they have to go lay down in the corner. The sharpshooter and the weapon master specifically, I think, can really pump damage. As long as there's more than one enemy, they're going to deal more damage than a caster will. Most times.
Every turn.
For free.
Just about every turn. Yeah.
And the main thing I will also say is remember that the attributes for the weapons are different. So the ranged weapons are dex-based more than the melee ones, which tend to be So if
you want to do like mix like the rogue and the sharpshooter.
Yeah. If you're trying to do something that isn't high might, having sharpshooter if you're trying to deal baseline damage, like a rogue sharpshooter.
Yeah.
That's the argument. If you don't have
Mhm.
might, then I guess you could wield a katana, or you could just do the entire array of ranged weapons at your disposal and have more utility that.
Mhm. I
Dual
think
wielding pistols.
yeah, sharpshooter is
Guns.
going to have to be Hawkeye, and they're going to have to be changing weapons, I feel, to get the ability that they need on it. Because it's just, there's not a whole lot other than the rote damage that you get.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, and that's
It's like a good support, but in the sense that not support as in like a typical like magical support,
Mhm.
but like it just supports other play styles. Like you can use it to add to other classes to sort of maybe get more damage or have more utility with those other things. Maybe, I'm not sure.
and also you have to remember it's the only class that gives you multi for range.
Yeah, that's true.
Otherwise, you have to have a spell that does it, or you have to be melee and be a weapon master. So multi, I'm sure has high value in this game because you only get one attack a turn for 10 MP. You get 2 basically.
Yeah. I guess it also depends on how much MP, melee or martial classes are going to have.
But if you're not going high into might, you can spec more into insight. So
it's true.
Yeah.
It's a numbers game. It'd be interesting to see it at the table. Next up, though,
it's just the first one that isn't immediately apparent,
Yeah, that's fair. I could see that. And I would say that the main thing that I can see as your issue with it is a lot of that is that it's hard to tell why you'd want to have a bow in a game where you don't have range. You're not far away from the enemy. It can still hit you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless you're going to start implying that you can hide on a hillside. Like, we outside. Can I hide on this hillside?
The game doesn't really allow.
Yeah.
And I mean, that gives Hawkeye the benefit that I don't see from it, because you're going to want to guard anyway, because they're going to come after you. So I get that, but I just think that that's homework. It's like, why do I have to guard? Like, I should have a bonus from being far away. I don't.
Yeah.
So you gave me the thing to keep me alive, but not necessarily. It feels like I have to have it. Because if I don't have it, I'm either guarding and not doing damage, or I'm dying. It's just weird to me.
All right, we have 1.
Yep.
2.
Only a couple.
4. We have 4 left.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, let's see.
Well, this next one.
This is a big one. You want this one, Philip?
Spiritualist. Spiritualist. I'll do this one unless you guys want to be too really like it.
I'll probably switch up on the spells, but absolutely go into the stuff.
Sure. Yeah.
So the benefits are the 5 mind points, and you get back into the rituals for Spiritualist. So they have healing power, maxes at 2. When you cast a spell that targets one or more allies, if you have an arcane weapon equipped, you may have each of those allies recover an amount of hit points equal to your skill level multiplied by the number of bonds you have. This healing is separate from any healing caused by the effects of the spell.
So yeah, an after effect and up to 6 bonds times 2. Yep.
So that can be pretty good.
Just extra
and that's
healing.
Yeah, and that could be if you were like a gambler, or not a gambler, but what do they call it? What's that? Entropist. That was the word. So if you wanted to do something like with an entropist, you could cast haste or accelerate on somebody and also heal them at the same time. So it doesn't have to be its own healing cell. You can get ritual spiritualism, spiritual magic, which is 10, maxes at 10, I should say, and you just learn spiritual magic spells. Support magic. When you cast a spell that targets one or more allies, if you have an arcane weapon equipped, you may choose one of those allies you have a bond towards. If you do, that ally gains a bonus to the next check they perform during the current scene. This bonus is equal to the strength of the bond towards them. So I think I read about this before. It's kind of interesting just to be able to like, oh, hey, I'm going to heal you, and you're going to get a bonus equal to the 1 for my love of you, or whatever.
My hatred. I hate you so much that I'll give you a +1.
It's not like I like you or anything, Baka. Here's a +1.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah, it's just your affinity to.
Yeah.
So yeah, it seems interesting. It just whatever you're adding to them.
Mm-hmm.
And then this one, I'm not even sure how to pronounce it.
Vismagus.
Vismagus?
Yeah.
Okay. Never seen that word before. When you cast a spell, if you don't have enough mind points to pay for its total cost, you may choose to spend twice as many hit points instead. You cannot use this skill if doing so would reduce you to 0. If a spell cast this way would cause you to recover hit points, you instead recover no hit points. The spell functions normally on any other target.
Yep.
So blood magic? Is that what that is?
I think Vis stands for. But either way, it's basically you use your life force instead of your mind.
Yeah.
So this is saying, like, if you couldn't pay the full cost of a healing spell and it heals everybody in the room, it won't heal you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you could really just, and you'll see this when we go into the actual like spiritual magic spells. They're pretty cheap for what they do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like if you were doing a multi-heal, I think they're 20 for 40. So you could just heal yourself for free and heal everybody for free every turn. So it says if you were going to heal yourself with this, no, you weren't.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Especially with the healing power bonus.
Mm-hmm. You said you wanted to cover the spells?
I think we can all kind of go in, but I do want to go over these because there's a few really good ones. It is basically, all of the abilities of the spirituals just add into being able to get more bonus out of throwing things on your allies, whether that's extra HP or giving them better checks or whatever. Aura is it's 5 times targets and it's up to 3 creatures. And until the spell ends, each target may treat the magic defense as being equal to 12. So it's shell or protect. Yeah, shell. It's shell.
Yep.
Then you have awaken, which is 20 for 1 creature for the scene, and you just boost one of their dice. For the whole scene.
Seems nice.
Yeah, up to 12. Barrier
Again,
is
no concentration.
Yeah, barrier is
no
12 for physical defense. So there's your protect. So you have shell, you have protect, you have enhance ability.
Yep.
And again, these barrier and aura effects are 5 per target. Very cheap.
Yeah.
And you don't have to focus or concentrate on them. You're just laying them out. And if you have that healing boon on them, then you also can end up giving them extra HP or just putting a barrier on them, which is nice. For cleanse, you have the ability to recover all status effects for up to 3 creatures for 5 per target.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Fighting a Marlboro or its equivalent, which I believe this game.
Yeah, probably.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Enraged literally just enrages 1 target. It has an attack roll, so you have to actually hit. You cannot perform the guard or spell actions during their next turn.
Yeah, they have to attack.
Yeah. Then hallucination is 5 per target, up to 3 creatures. And you choose dazed or shaken. And you inflict the chosen status on each target hit by the spell. So, again, dice reduction on multiple targets for very, very cheap.
Oh, yeah.
Finally, or not finally,
heal.
We have
there we go.
The most important one, heal, which is 10 per target. You heal each target up to 40 hit points. 50 if you're at level 20, 60 if you're at level 4.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty high.
Yeah. That's wild.
Yeah, it is. White mages put out the heal. What they do. You have Lux, which is just your AoE light spell damage that you see on the Elementalist, but this one's for light, just like Entropus has dark. You have Mercy, which is the strength of the heart of a creature. Strengthen the heart of a creature against suffering, despair. Until this ends, if they're reduced to 0, they're left standing with 1. So you have your Death Lord.
That's kind of cool.
Super important in this game. This is life 3, I want to say, is what it was. So And whereas
Yeah,
Death
that seems
Ward is
super
kind
helpful.
of stupid in 5e, Death Ward in this game, because if
Mhm.
you fall to 0, you're removed from the scene entirely until it's over. Very strong,
Yep.
very good.
Yeah.
I could definitely see a version of this game where it's like counting down Bahamut Mega Flare, 5 turns, and you're like, oh.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Mercy,
I guess
mercy, mercy,
we
mercy,
gotta
mercy.
live.
Mercy.
Yes.
Just wait.
Spend
The
your
rogue
health
is
on
like, I'm out.
The rogue is like,
See
or
ya.
maybe.
Yeah. See, there's the reason. Mercy costs 40 HP, technically, if you wanted to.
Yeah.
And you can't die
reason,
from
yeah.
it.
But
Yeah.
you have to have it to spend, which is a good caveat.
Yeah, you have
on
to have to
this
spend.
Vegas. But so then you have Reinforce. You can choose an effect, cast it on up to 3 creatures, and until the end of the scene, they're immune to it. So if you know going into a fight, you fought these guys and they paralyze and they fucking suck, or they shaken or whatever it is for this game, you just go, okay, 15 MP, you guys can't get that effect anymore. Just keep going. Soul
That's
Weapon
nice.
is the light equivalent of the Elemental Weapon or the Dark Weapon. And then Torpor is you smother the soul of the enemy, and it is basically it's hallucination, but it's slow or weak. So all of these spells are amazing. The things that I wrote down for this class is that this is the best support class for casters.
Yeah.
Casters. Orator is probably arguably the support class because Fabula points for other people is what it is.
Crazy.
Yeah. But it's a great subclass for low MP casters who want to be supportive. You do not need a lot of MP to spec into this in this game and actually be good at it.
Yeah.
You can just take a spell or two and be basically a paladin, you know?
Yeah. I can see an interesting little, well, maybe the action economy makes it, moot, but, someone using their inventory points to create the elixir for the healer, so the healer can then use their spell to heal. And, better than what a health potion would be.
Possible. And there's stuff like that for the Tinkerer. Gets into that. But so this is all very standard, what we remember from White Mages forever.
Yeah.
So
forever.
That's just.
I could see a little bit using like the soul weapon and the Lux if you wanted to try and be like some kind of holy warrior. Give yourself soul weapon and lay on hands. I mean, as you're using heal, but
there's a lot of really good low to the ground utility you can just grab out of this class set and just use on anything. And since you can take Vismagus for 1 point, if you are a 12 might but 6 insight character, you can still be like, well, I'll just use my health for it. Here you go.
Yeah.
So it's very good for that.
Until you awaken yourself and up your insight to D8.
Yeah.
Which does not increase your MP, by the way. The die size increases that are passive do not affect your HP.
In that moment,
The game specifically says that your base die stays your base die, especially for when you get reduced too. So someone can't reduce your HP by a fraction by doing something. All right,
that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Tinkerer.
Tinkerer. The
Tinkerer's big.
Oh, it's so big.
Yeah.
We're not going to get into gadgets too hard because I'm running low on charge.
Yeah, it's all good.
I think I know how to set it, but
they're the inventory points by 2.
Yep, they're inventory points.
May initiate projects, which requires a video all on its own.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Do you like downtime actions? Enjoy.
This is the only class that can do
item.
Projects. Emergency.
Yep.
Oh, really? Okay. Emergency item. Once per conflict scene, if you are in crisis, you may perform an additional action on your turn. It must be an inventory. So probably heal or really, that's all you can do, right? Heal and mana.
Heal, mana, throw a rock at someone. You can do a few things.
And anything from Tinkerer, because they're all inventory actions, so you can make an alchemical whatever,
That's right.
Which, I mean,
so gadgets.
You liked gambling before. Alchemy is
gadgets.
Yeah, gadgets is
Max
okay.
is at 5.
I will go ahead and
we'll read it, but we won't go through it.
I'll shotgun it real fast.
Right.
So gadgets has
Okay.
three branches and 3 tiers to each of them. The way that it goes is whenever you pick one of your gadget levels, you can choose either infusions, alchemy, or magitech. Which one's the best one for listening? And you can choose basic, and then once you have basic, you can go advanced. Once you have advanced, you can go superior. The way that they basically work is alchemy is rando potion throw go. You can roll X number of dice equal to what your skill level is in it, and then you can choose from a list of what dice you rolled and keep 1 for the person you're affecting and 1 for what effect you want to give.
Which is a very weird system to me. Because you trying to well, this and that. What pattern can I do?
Yeah, and you get multiple dice, and you just go this one for this and this one for this. So there's a lot of tabletop games that let you slot dice into like spots, like dice throne and things like that. It's very much that kind of mechanic.
Gotcha.
The infusions are you basically just spend 2 inventory points to get a damage bonus. It's very bland, and I don't like it. Once you get to superior, you can do vampiric stuff, or you can do like changing stuff, but it's on the tin, and it's to me. Magitech is the coolest one. You can either override a construct at basic, you can get a big magic gun at advanced, or at superior, you just have a bunch of baubles that basically serve as you cheating into other classes.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. You get magispheres, and you're able to use them as like spell action conduits. And you pick spells from other classes, and you go, I have those now.
Yeah.
Magitech's the coolest one.
Yeah. To me, Tinkerer feels like an automatic inclusion with Sharpshooter.
Yeah.
Even the infusions.
Because you get a gun.
With Sharpshooter.
You get the gun. It's so cool.
Yeah, but like even infusions, because you have multi 3 and you use 2 inventory points to get 5 extra damage on each of the multi hits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something.
Other thing. It's I think it's boring, but it is the best way to get 5 extra damage of a type specifically that you want ad hoc.
Yeah.
It's very good for that. It just costs 2 inventory points each time you do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like a coating on your weapon.
Yeah. Exactly. So, I mean, it's fun. Just the Magitech, the whole tree of Magitech is so much cooler. Better. And then you can only choose 5. You have 5 levels you can put into it. So you can either do alchemy, infusions, or Magitech. You can pick one of each, and then you have to take 1 to max, and that's it.
Then you got Potion Rain.
Yeah.
Whenever you create one. Yeah, whenever you create a potion that restores a single creature's HP or MP, you may have it affect up to 1 or 2 additional creatures, but if you do, the potion only restores half of them. So get to spread it around. But it seems like it would be less useful when you only have the 1 point in it, because it's 2 targets, but still the same amount of HP.
I mean, it's nice for a split.
Yeah. Secret formula: when you create a potion or magisphere whose effects restore HP and or MP, each restored amount is increased by the skill level times 5. It goes up to 5. And when you create an elemental shard, potion, or magisphere that deals damage, that item deals skill level extra damage. So a little bit of a magic boost.
This is the one where between this and I'll go ahead and read the next one, which just to skim over. Visionary. When you work on a project, up to SL times 100 Zenit or material costs automatically paid. Additionally, you generate an additional SL progress every day. If multiple characters with this skill work on the same project, it will be cumulative. Those 2 are the 2 that you really have to choose between, and then Gadget is you maybe go down one tree, because Secret Formula with Potion Rain, even 1, is ridiculous.
So good.
It's I have a potion. That potion heals what, 20? Okay, but I have 5 in Secret Formula. It now heals 45. Also, I can split that, so it heals 22 to everybody I hit with.
Yeah. I can see 3 gadgets, 2 Potion Rain, and then you figure out if you're going to maximize Secret Formula
or Visionary, or some
if you're going to have 1 point. Yeah, 1 point in Visionary. I mean, because projects are interesting.
And remember that you want at least 1 an emergency item, because going into Crisis and then just immediately popping up. Auto Potion is a good skill. We love it.
Yeah.
This is another one of those classes. You look at all the things, you're like, ooh, all the things are really cool. I can't pay for all of them. Sit there crying at the elementalist in the corner.
Yep.
Wayfarer, I know that you said that this was your favorite one.
I love this class. It's an inventory point.
I think this one is based on the traveling that this game talks about.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that this game, they say traveling is important. And I remember when I started D&D, it was like, oh yeah, traveling is important. And we've never touched it. Right? Like people just completely skip it. Be like, oh, how many rations do you have? Yeah, fine. Oh, you're a ranger, you can find food. Okay, fine, cool. I think this one is one of those things where it works as well as the traveler, as well as traveling in this game works.
Right.
If you don't do that part, you don't want this class.
So here's the main reason that I love this class. This is a class geared entirely towards the travel role. It's the travel role class.
Mm-hmm.
The travel role is something that should be important to your game, at least initially. The other thing that I love about this is you can literally be Raceland and make caramel.
Sure.
The Faithful Companion is such a neat ability for the class. It is, you are not the fighter. You are not the one who's going to be out front doing stuff. You have a person for that, and that person is a level 5 beast, constructor, elemental, or plant, and it becomes your companion. You creature has no initiative, does not level up. It stays with you. It scales based on the number of skill levels you put into it, and then you work with your table to make sure it's not too aggressive, because it could be very strong. You could tech it very hard, but that just being, this is a class that is like, I have wanderlust and I would like to go explore. Oh, fighting, I don't do that. I have this my bird friend or my big burly guy who has the weapon. He does that.
Yeah.
Having that as a character class in a JRPG style game is it's so flavorful.
It's like when they have a merchant. Yeah.
I wrote,
well, so since
core mechanic, faithful companion, make a friend. No, seriously.
But so it looks like it would be, in the beginning, it would be cool to have this.
Yeah.
But once you start getting up near levels, 10, 20, like, since it doesn't level up, it's a level 5 creature surrounded by level 30 players.
But it basically does level based on how many points you put in. Because every time you put points into it, it gets extra accuracy, it gets extra magic check, and it gets extra maximum HP. And the extra maximum HP is equal to skill level multiplied by the companion's base might die, and then half your level. So you're basically giving it an extra level up.
Okay. Because when I was looking at it, to me, it seems like it starts at 5, and you can only bring it up to 10.
Yeah.
Because as you skill it up.
Basically, yeah. But
okay.
Having a level 10 companion is good. And by the time that you are past level 10 or past level 15, you will be either fully realized in this class and have moved into something where you have to be the more combat focused one. But it's a nice flavorful starting point, and I love that this allows you to make a character that is also 2 characters.
Yes, I agree with you on that. Yeah.
I mean, that's just great.
Yeah, there's
I think it'd be a lot of fun.
What is it? The design process of the monster, because you're level 5, right? Species have their own special things. So like a plant is immune to these, that, and this and that, right? It gets an array, right? And you pick from it, and they even have a super specialized for when you're creating this companion. So you can really specialize. And then it has basic attacks, like it says. Yeah.
I think it even has more in My Fantasy Atlas. I think even more expansive style. I think.
Yeah, like the starting skills, I would really have to get into creation of it, because you get basic attacks, but it also says each NPC receives a basic number of free skills based on their species. I don't know if you still get that. And if that's true, then skills can be NPC skills or come from character classes. So then you really get to create a character. If that is the way that this is created, then you really go ham.
Yeah, it is very build a bear your own friend, and then you the RP win that this is cannot be expounded upon enough.
Yeah,
it is absolutely. This is you are Yuri, and you have what was his name? Rapide, and you have your Rapide, who's just hanging out with you and chilling. But other than that, all it does is have a bunch of cool travel and discovery skills. You have resourceful, which is when you make a travel roll. And in this game, we don't have teleports that take us anywhere but within a day's travel.
Oh, okay.
So you're always traveling, and you're always making a travel roll. You have the ability to recover SP or your inventory points up to whatever your resourceful roll is automatically, which is great because Tinkerers, it turns out, don't have any way to recover their own SP. So if you don't have Rogue or Wayfarer, you're pretty fucked. In general, Tavern Talk is it's cute and fun.
Cool.
It is, if you rest in an inner tavern, which is a mechanic in this game, you get to ask the game master up to SL questions surrounding people who live there. So, learn about the place you're at mechanically just by doing the rest action. With Treasure Hunter, I mean, these are all so simple. With Treasure Hunter, when your group journeys on the world map, you make a discovery on a roll of your skill level +1 or lower rather than on the travel roll. Give me a second.
Yeah, no problem. You're looking for travel?
Well-traveled is you reduce the die roll for your travel rolls by 1 size, so you get closer to being able to hit that 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
If multiple characters have the skill, it's not cumulative. So. Let me just check something real quick and make sure. Is Denitra still on here?
I believe so.
Can she?
I'm also still watching.
You are still watching. Can you turn the sound on real quick? I want to try something.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna switch to this. Can you guys still hear yourselves when you talk? Damn. Back to that. Okay, and I can still hear you, but getting to the dregs. But that's okay, because we're done with the Wayfarer, and that means we just have the Weapon Master left.
Just Weapon Master left.
Yep.
And like you said before, it is sharpshooter but melee. Like, literally, it just tells you that everything has to be melee. Yeah. You get 5 HP.
Yep.
You can equip martial melee weapons and martial shields. That's cool. No armor. Blade Storm. Yeah. Blade Storm is similar to the multi-attack that Sharpshooter gets. So you get multi-2 or increase it by 1 for 10 MP. Bone Crusher is pretty cool. I kind of like that one. When you hit one or more targets with a melee attack that would deal damage, you may have the attack deal no damage. If you do, choose one option to inflict daze on each target or weak, or make them lose mind points.
That's the warning shot.
Yeah, it's warning shot. And I don't know. Because of the way range works, I'm like, but I'm not going to get hit, so why do I care? But that's not true in this game.
No, it's
right? It's not. So maybe in play it'll come out. Breach. You may use an action and spend 5 mind points to perform a free attack with a melee weapon you have equipped. It must target a single creature. If it's successful, deals no damage. This is the thing that Sharpshooter doesn't have. And you choose one option. You destroy one shield equipped by the target, or you destroy its armor, or whenever the target suffers damage from a source before the start of your next turn, that source deals SL times 2 extra damage to them, up to 6 total. So this breach, you take armor away from them or make them take extra damage from every hit that hits them.
Yeah. Which is fun.
That makes sense.
That's the one they get instead of, I think, the shoot it out of the sky.
Yeah. Which
interesting.
Yeah.
So this is one of the games where there's no initiative order. So theoretically, Weapon Master could breach first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
roll through the rest of the turn. And then at the end of the second turn go. So yeah, everybody would get 2 rounds.
Exactly. That is the tech for it. Is you hit at the beginning, you open, and then you don't do shit for the next 2 turns, and just let everybody else wail on them. If you have Breach 3, dealing so much extra.
Yeah, I just think Breach is so much better than the equivalent on Sharpshooter, because Sharpshooter has the weird MP math because you have to meet their accuracy check.
Yeah, I know.
And also, it only stops it for a second.
That's okay though, because now we have some weird math with counterattack, which is after an enemy hits or misses you with a melee, if the result of the accuracy check is even, you can perform a free attack against them. This deals it must be a melee attack, must be an enemy is only one target, and you deal high roll 0.
Yep. So you just deal your plus damage on it.
Okay. That's I mean, it's free damage, so sure.
It's free.
Yeah.
You take that on a tank and you just start doing free damage, right?
Yeah.
That's fine.
No, it makes sense.
And then the last is just like ranged weapon mastery, melee weapon mastery. You gain a bonus equal to your skill level up to 4 with all accuracy checks with melee weapons. So yeah, weapon master is it is a force multiplier if you're a melee.
It is overall. I said usually this would be a melee damage class. Refreshingly, it's a melee support setup mostly.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel great alone. Best paired with other melees, and no defensive at all. It has no defense, only aggro. And then I do want to say the one thing that I did put beside this is for this class, the sleeper core stat for it is in fact the weapon mastery. Having weapon mastery on the weapon master turns out is the thing you want the most out of this class. You want that accuracy.
You need it.
Yeah.
You absolutely need it. Yeah. Everything else you can literally do without. Like
that is
like that's it.
That is 17 classes for the game of Fabula Ultima. We got through it. It's 4 hours and 15 minutes, but we got through all the classes in 2-ish hours. That's pretty good. Hopefully that's helpful for anybody who ends up watching this. I know that this game is a very confusing core system. I will say that they're in front of this. They give a lot of suggestions, which is very nice. If you go into the actual listing, it has classic characters. It goes alchemist, black knight, gambler, gunslinger, etc., etc., etc. So it gives you a bunch of, here's what you should spec into, here's the dice that you would choose, and here are your starter classes. And it's not like it's even telling you like a full build. It's just telling you a starter build. And then you can build off of it.
Yeah, so, the first 5.
If you see something you like for example, I really liked, where is it? Spellfencer. You take Elementalist 2, you take Elemental Shroud and Elemental Weapon. You get Spiritist 1 for Spiritual Magic, Aura. For that's one, I think.
Aura is a shell.
Yeah, Aura is shell. And then you take Blade Storm and Counterattack. You go high dex, low might, high mid willpower insight. You just go to town and be the blade dancer that you've always wanted to be. It's good. They have a lot of great suggestions. System, then I would look over those even if you're not planning to use one of these, just because they give you a good idea of, oh, that's what the system can do to realize that fantasy using a class that I wouldn't expect to pair into it, because it has like 1 or 2 great skills for it. That's all you have to do.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, I think this could be a lot of fun. I think the character creation is very daunting. I think I've said that before. I'll say it again.
Sure.
No, I agree.
Incredibly, like, you can do anything. Take your time, look through it, have a couple ideas, and write some stuff down and see where things fall. And I think you could make just about everything.
I would say that this is, especially for this game itself, is one of those ones where, as a player, if you are not the most mechanically minded person, you bring your concept to the table and you let your mechanical monsters at the table tell you, all right, here's what you want to do if you want to get that.
Yeah.
You let the min-maxers at your table help you out, get you where you're starting to go, and then you just start seeing what you think your character would. Again, I would recommend, if you don't know what you want, start off with 2 levels or 2 classes, not 3, because you don't want to lock yourself into 3 classes out of the game. Not that I think a GM would be particularly draconian about saying, no, yeah, you can just take out something else. You just started.
And I think the other thing is the RP level. This is something that is really baked into the game, right? Like that's kind of the thing that JRPGs are known for, is the long form story. You need to be willing to want that. You have to want that, and you have to be willing to play into that. Think about your characters that way as well, so that you're just not trying to min-max, right? Like, yes, have the people who are good at it work on your character, but, you know, have the idea. So they're not like, oh, well, if you're going to do that, then you definitely need to have this. It's the only way you're going to get that. You know, there can be some wiggle room. And
it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, if you're like, but I absolutely want to be able to shoot little bolts of fire while also swinging my sword. It's like, cool, you're going to want this spell. Probably going to want this.
Oh yeah, 100%. But yeah, I think so. I think there's a lot to this. I think you could.
It's a very well thought out system, and I with the research and everything that I put onto this, trying to make sure that I'm proud of myself. We got the actual core game itself down to under 2 hours. It only expanded into 4.5 when we actually started going into talking about the classes, which I knew was a potential.
Oh yeah,
but it's a system that has a lot of nuance for as simple as it is, and it does a lot of things very well to steer you in the direction that you want to play for the game that it's trying to help you play. I want us to try to play this at some point.
Absolutely.
I definitely enjoy playing this.
And I'll play a sharpshooter and be disappointed, but try and figure it out. Because it just doesn't have any interaction, I don't think.
Find the sauce on sharpshooter, and I'm gonna be so mad. Be like, this eagle does a bunch of pinion attacks, and you're gonna be like, no.
Can the sharpshooter also be an elementalist? Like blade singer is not the right word, but you know what I'm trying to say.
It can, but those are not ranged attacks.
Okay.
Those are magic attacks. So yeah, like you don't get any benefit on magic attacks. You only get it on range attacks.
You can do an arcane arrow with the but
so
it's mostly just replacing the roll, and you have to spec into it so hard to get spells.
Yeah, but none of your ranged attacks abilities you work on spell attacks. Those are not ranged attacks.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. For the blocking, no, because they're not accuracy.
No, I mean, like, from you either. If you were to use a spell, that's not a ranged attack, so you don't get ranged weapon mastery.
Oh, yeah, no. You would have to spec in spell mastery or whatever it is on the elementalist tree to get the plus bonus. And the plus bonus is +2 per level, so it's actually very, very strong.
Yeah. But it's like sharpshooter has no synergy with it, is what I'm trying to say. It has no synergy with any other class, it looks like.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess you could do a spell blade, right? And then you could put use your bow to shoot.
Yeah.
Well, I just meant like if you used a bow and you were a spell blade through your bow.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do that. You would be shooting spells out of it. Yeah.
So
you could be a sharpshooter orator and just hit someone with an arrow, make them lose all the MP, and then shout at them to make them.
Yeah, it's more of like a sapper.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying.
There's no like pure I am an archer, I do archer thing.
Yeah,
but there's also no pure I'm a swords person, I do swords person things. Weapon master, like we said, is an add-on to other things.
Yeah, it would make you maybe better fury or a better dark blade.
Just interesting to me.
I agree with you. It does seem odd.
There's a way. I know there's a way.
I think the only thing that I could think with the concepts that I would bring into this game potentially as a player is I probably wouldn't do nearly enough justice to the amount of noodly shit you can do with this system.
Oh yeah.
Because it is very much a grab a little bit of everything, put it in the pot, and see what comes out.
Yeah.
But no, it seems...
And it may very well be that it's it's not until you get to higher levels where you have something mastered, and so you have your 4th and your 5th class, that the things can really start to be like, oh, I can do this, and now that I have that one, okay, these 3 classes all work together.
Yeah, and heroic skills, right? So you can only get heroic skills if you master. So there could be something in sharpshooter there, you know?
Yeah, there could be. Like, I barely even touch those because they're so specific. But like some great stuff. Fury gets monkey grip. No, that's Philip's a big fan. But some two-handed weapons and single-handed. Sharpshooter gets perfect aim. Choose 2 options when doing warning shot. So
2 instead of the 1.
It's something,
powerful shot, deal extra damage at range. Powerful spell, deal extra damage with spells. Powerful strike. You know.
Yeah.
A bunch of stuff. Pretty fun. Numeric Mastery. Choose 2 creature species among construct, demon, elemental, and undead. You can now use spell mimic.
That's so good.
Holy shit, guys, this game is cool.
That's so good.
Entropist just gets Comet.
Yeah, learn the Comet spell.
I looked at powerful shot. It's just 5 extra damage.
You know what? That's big though. Actually, this game doesn't let you do multiple +5s without really making you work for it. Like 40.
It's true, and it goes up to 10 if you're 40 or higher. It does.
It's there's so much stuff to this.
What do you think? So, just off the cup, hot take. Allowing like Fury and Darkblade to apply to ranged attacks.
I think it might.
So instead of it having, because I know like for the like adrenaline rush or no frenzy you can't use a ranged weapon.
Yeah, it's a very specific set of like bludgeoning weapons.
And throne. Yeah. I don't know if throne counts as ranged though.
Oh my god,
Charles. It must not.
It would definitely mean a ranged martial weapon.
Charles, Lore Master gets
stuff like that, maybe.
Lore Master gets Mathemagic. When you cast a spell with a target of 1 creature, you may double that spell's total MP cost. If you do, choose an attribute and die size. On that targets all creatures present on the scene whose current attribute dies. It turns you into a fucking calculator.
It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna target everyone who has a D6 for dexterity. Well, thanks, asshole.
The Guardian just sits there. Eep. They actually have a calculator in this game. Oh,
that's crazy.
This is so good. I love this game. I need to get. And I think that's what this thing that we do is for. You know, we talk about games that we want to get to table. And Philip, we should do one about City of Mist since you will be.
We'll be doing that
on the channel.
Already have.
Yes, it'll be new people. Well, it'd be 2 new people.
Yep.
But it's going to be sort of a test run. It's a pre-made one little case file. See how it goes. If people like it, if I like it, if I like running it, or if just is no good. But yeah, I think if I let me get one play under, and then well, I guess we didn't play this before we talked about it, but yeah.
But I think we can definitely find a Sunday slot.
Certainly
shorter than us jabbering on about it for. Hey, this. Do we have any other closing thoughts from you guys before I close out?
No, I don't think so.
A lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome. Well, we are +1 shot. This has been +1 shoot the shit or +1 system shot. I don't know what we're going to call this segment that we've started doing a lot of these days. Fabula Ultima is an amazing game made by Emmanuelle Galletto, and it is with Need Games and Rooster Games. As far as, one thing I do want to actually shout out real quick if I have enough time with the sound. There are a lot of resources that they have available to them. Most of them are on Rooster Games Discord, so you can find a lot of their official stuff there. So that includes, there's a character concept generator, which just lets you do like one-liners of a character so that you can get some inspiration. There's also on the Discord, there's just a lot of great discussion and homebrew that goes on there. There's a website that Rooster Games actually has for Fabula Ultima or Need Games, I think. Site. And then, of course, there's a Roll20 sheet. There is a Roll20 sheet. Imagine it gets crowded as you level. That's skills.
Yeah.
But Also, there's a whole ass soundtrack for the game. Dude just made a soundtrack. Had it commissioned. So that
Cool.
exists and is on Spotify and also available, I think, on Bandcamp. So, you know, probably see if when we run this game I'm allowed to use that. Probably some rights to manage there. But you know, that just there's a bunch of different stuff. I would recommend anybody who wants to play this game, go to the Discord. There's a lot of great information there, and the maker of the game is very, very responsive when it comes to questions asked about it. You can tell that it was a labor of love, and I love it. So
Yes.
besides that, that is going to be, I think, everything for us for tonight. Thank you, Philip and Charles, for coming talking to me about this game. It's been in my brain for forever, so being able to just it out was amazing.
Thank you for inviting us. I had a lot of fun. I had seen this before, and I had like read like a couple pages, like, oh, okay, it's JRPG. Yeah, I know what that is. I had no idea what it was. this let me learn about it, and I'm definitely glad I read more.
Awesome. And Charles, I suppose you're free for the next 2 weeks until I trap you again.
Yep.
Promise of Vigigaming. And then just put a little Grand Blue multiplayer underneath a tripwire.
Yep. I'll be fine with that. I'm addicted to it currently.
Yeah, I need to get myself addicted to it. See if my wife is done playing Baldur's Gate for the night. But if she's not, I might just buy it on Steam. Yep. All right. So thanks everybody for watching. If you watched this far, wow, that's 4.5 hours of your life gone. I hope that feels okay. We'll do this again very shortly. Until the next time. Good night.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.